Welcome to Boulder City Council. Appreciate your attendance and your viewing. The items listed on the agenda may be taken out of order, and two or more agenda items may be considered for discussion, and any item on the agenda may be removed or related discussion may be delayed at any time. That's the first time I've read that, so bear with us. We'll call the meeting to order, and Madam City Clerk, posting and roll call, please.
Thank you. The agenda was posted in accordance with Nevada open meeting law, and all members are present and in the chamber.
Thank you. And we will we'll arise for the invocation and the pledge, and Chaplain Michael Thrower of the Boulder City Police Chaplaincy will offer the invocation. If you'll all rise and bow.
Thank you, sir. Please bow your head in prayer. Thank you, God, just for another day, for giving us an opportunity to be able to express the ideas and the things to go forward in this agenda today. It appears we have a long agenda today, so we just ask you, God, that you just keep everyone patient, let their hearts and minds be still, and be able to get through this as expeditiously as possible. But again, we thank you for this process, and we just look forward to those that are leading us right now, that we all come with a clear mind and a clear conscience, and our integrity is intact, and that we are ready to be able to serve this community to the best of our ability. These and all blessings, we thank you and we love you. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain Thrower. If you join us for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In the way of public announcements, incumbent Sherry Jorgensen received 2,311 votes and is considered elected in the primary. The next, see how I paused? The next two candidates with the most votes were Denise Ashurst with 2,139 votes and Matt Fox with 1,217 votes. It was subtle. Thank you. Appreciate it. Now, normally I don't encourage clapping, so that wasn't encouraged. It was just appreciated. And then from the Clark County position in that election department, Chris Tillman in Boulder City. Chris Tillman was elected Justice of the Peace, Boulder City, in the Boulder Township in the primary after receiving 51.54% of the votes. Thank you. And then we'll open this up for public comment. Anything that you would like to say, come forward and say it if it's on the current agenda. And pretty much almost everything is on the current agenda, it seems like, so you probably won't go too far off. So limit your comments to less than 5 minutes, and we'd appreciate it. Come forward now. Identify yourself and let us be educated.
I'm Pam Triolo, 628 Boulder, Granada Drive in Boulder City. I'm talking on, the ADA money is on the agenda, so I'm hoping I can speak now. My husband and I moved to Boulder City in 1998. And back then, a lot of people here were there, the sidewalks all rolled up at 6 p.m. There was nothing, everything closed. We had a few businesses to choose from, but their hours tended to be iffy. But Boulder City is such a wonderful city that we moved here anyway. We didn't care about businesses because at that time it was much easier to go in Las Vegas, and we figured, a 25-mile ride to restaurants and everything is not bad. But right now we love it. We love the fact that we have a downtown that we can go to. But the one thing I need to point out is that a lot of us here moved here without businesses, and we would still be here without them. And we still want them here. We would just like a little consideration for residents. I'm tired of hearing that we can't do this because we might hurt the businesses. Well, yeah, but you're hurting the residents. I can't tell you the number of times we've driven down Nevada Way and can't find a place to park, at least a handicap spot, and we've just gone through onto Henderson, so they're losing business. We shouldn't, and it is ADA law, but, and we're starting to work on that, and I appreciate that. But in this town, I don't even think, the ADA law should be in the back of our minds, but we should be putting in accessible sidewalks and putting in handicap parking and not allowing motorcycles to park on sidewalks because it's the right thing to do, and we shouldn't be forced to do it because there is a law. I once mentioned Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is planning on becoming a total, they want to advertise that they are accessible. So I read this maybe a year ago, so I wanted to see what they were doing. So as everybody else, I Googled it. And I discovered what they have been doing is they're hiring a team to go through the whole city of Pittsburgh and make up a transition plan to let them know what they need to do to become a totally accessible city. Transition plans are required by law, and they said their last transition plan was 1992, so it was about time they updated it. It doesn't matter if the transition plan takes 20 years, 30 years to do, as long as you have a plan saying what you're going to do. And I hope we will have a plan. I hope we get an ADA coordinator, and I hope you will allow our access group to still work with any ADA coordinator in Boulder City, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. And if anybody wants to call in, well, go ahead and come forward. While you're coming forward, anybody wants to call in, call 702-589-9629, and go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I am Cindy Swanson. I live at 535 Birch Street, and I was part of the original Access Work Group, for which we're thankful that we have the opportunity to do that under the facilitation of Michael Mays. We are happy to come here to support what's on the consent agenda, which is a large amount of money coming from RTC, I guess, and a lot of the work will be to help make Boulder City accessible. And I think I mentioned this before. Compliance is one thing. Where the DOJ is going to get all of us is its access. So you can do just the right thing, but if I kill myself crossing the street or I hurt myself walking up the stairs to the city council, there's a problem. So there's an access thing. So I'm happy to say that Gary Poindexter and our kind of access group have met with him, and we've had some wonderful conversations with him. The access from the public works world is one thing, and we're working on that, and I'm very happy to have the conversations with him, but we've got a long way to go, and I'm glad to be able to talk about it with any of you. Y'all know that. We've talked to all of you, and we just need to remind you that if we proclaim July ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, something wonderful in July, we need to follow it up with some really strong work that we're doing. So thank you all for your good work.
Thank you. No one on the phone?
Good evening. Hi, I'm Deb Finnegan. I lived in Boulder for a long time. I'm talking about gender for, of course. First of all, I agree with everything Cindy and Pam says on this stuff. Since we're talking about agenda for, according to the Americans with Disabilities Act Title II Compliance Code, which is very easy to find anywhere, the first thing is if your city has 50 or more employees, it must designate an employee in the city's ADA coordinator. I think we've discussed this before. I just am very confused because I understand Michael's doing several jobs. Maybe it will be the new city manager, his assistant or whatever. I just need to know, we need to know who is this designated person. When we worked on the Access Boulder City, working with groups for the city manager, one of the 5 recommendations that we agreed on, the first one was, number 1, city should hire a designated staff person to address community-wide ADA issues. I'm just confused, but thank you, and I appreciate all the things that Gary Poindexter has been doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Paulson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Boulder City Cluster of Nevadans for the Common Good. We participated both with emergent method and through all the public process related to the strategic plan that's being developed. I'm happy to see the draft before us tonight, and we are particularly in support of the growth and development priority area, particularly the first 2 strategies that address diverse housing in Boulder City, and the metrics that have been put in place to assess progress in those areas. So we really hope to see that come through in the final form. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm disabled today. Good afternoon, City Council and staff. As we approach the 100th anniversary of Boulder City, which is not too far in the future, I hope somebody's planning something, but anyway, it's good to remember the original creators of Boulder City, the landscape architect Sacco de Boer and his horticulturist Wilbur Weed designed Boulder City as a walkable, pedestrian-friendly city, and we're surrounded by the proof of that today. And I'd like to thank the staff and the council for finding the funding to enhance the ADA accessibility of Boulder City. And I'd like to call out too is, we met with the accessibility group, met with your new Public Works Director, Gary Poindexter, and he has great amount of empathy and a kind of a can-do spirit, and we look forward to the extra funding, and thank you very much for all your hard work.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, is it okay if I have Mr. Poindexter stand up?
Ellen Goya, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Goya.
So it's too late, he did. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. Thank you for this time. My name is Norma Valley, and I'm here to address agenda item number 14 and the rights of responsible pet owners and pets. Let me specify that I'm not addressing home breeding businesses that maintain animals for commercial purposes, simply responsible pet owners. And when I say responsible, I mean pet owners that spay and neuter, walk their dogs on leashes, scoop the poop, maintain a healthy, humane life for their dogs, and are mindful of barking so as not to be a nuisance to neighbors, and so on. In my experience, the majority of pet owners are responsible pet parents. So, did you know that in this country, 30 states have no legal limit on dogs per household? To that, I'll add Washington State, Louisiana, and Tennessee, with limits of 50, 12, and 10 dogs per household, respectively. So basically, 33 states have virtually no limit on how many dogs a family can have. Now, here's an example of the extreme opposite. China imposes legal limits on how many children a couple can have. And may I add, every June, China celebrates the horrific lychee and dog meat festival, where thousands of dogs and cats are viciously slaughtered for human consumption, but I digress. The question is, how much can any level of government insert itself into personal matters of a household? So, where does Boulder City currently stand in the household pet limit? 3 pets, which also happens to be the limit of how many children Chinese government allows per household, 3. So unfortunately, the government gets to dictate how much love, affection, responsibility, activity, etc. parents and family can have, be it with their children or pets. Boulder City needs to raise this number. Not only the number, but the type of pets must be specified, not a lump sum of cats, dogs, potbelly pigs, perhaps anything larger than a guinea pig. That number should take into consideration pertinent factors as well, like breed size, home and property size. For example, is it fair to compare 4 Neapolitan Mastiffs weighing 130 pounds each and living in a 1,000 square foot home to 4 Chihuahuas living in a 4,000 square foot home? No, it's not. This one size fits all isn't fair. This number must take into account the broad range of factors that impact the reasons for these restrictions. I'd like to note that these limits were originally created and targeted toward urban settings with small spaces and dense population where odor, noise, higher risk of dog attacks, etc. would not serve the community's best interest. Boulder City is far from an urban setting. I'd also like to address how increasing this limit can serve to alleviate some of the burden on animal shelters when pet owners rescue dogs rather than have them live in cages and be killed. Say a family has 3 dogs and they want to rescue 2 siblings from the pound. Shouldn't they be able to do that? It's a win-win for everyone. The pound, the dog, the family, woohoo! Let's remember, dogs are pack animals. It's in their DNA. More than normal, it's healthy for multiple dogs to live together. Multiple pets also multiply all of the positive physical, mental, and social benefits that pets bring to their family. I urge City Council to put the rights of responsible pet owners and all pets foremost when reconsidering this pet limit. And in closing, in the 10 years I've lived in Boulder City, I've never seen a stray dog in my alley. What I have seen, however, are homeless people in my alley. And in my opinion, a much greater concern for our city than a household pet limit. Xie xie, which means thank you in Mandarin.
Thank you.
Duncan McCoy, 35-year resident of Boulder City, former city councilman. It's odd to be on this side of the dais. But I came because I want to talk about Agenda Item 13 and speak just for a minute in support of Bill number 2057, which is an amending and an extending of the lease that the city has with the Boulder Rifle and Pistol Club. I want to tell you that the Boulder Rifle and Pistol Club runs the nicest shooting range that I have ever seen. And that includes the range where I qualified when I was in the service. They bust us all up from the Naval Training Center in San Diego up to Pendleton, and we did our marksmanship qualifications up at the ranges up at Pendleton, and ours is better than that. It's a wonderful range. It's a wonderful opportunity for people. I've also, in the other things, amongst the other things that I've done in and around Boulder Cities, I spent a lot of time when I was younger and my feet and legs worked better, riding around and hiking out in the desert all around from here to the lake and all the way down to Forlorn Hope Spring on the way to Nelson. And you would run across people itinerantly shooting out in the desert. And it's uncomfortable and probably not safe to have the bullets whizzing over your head while you're out there trying to get a little peace and quiet. Having this nice shooting range here serves to minimize that. It's a wonderful shooting range. My grandson got his first firearms training, his safety training here, his first shooting here at our shooting range here. My brother, who lives in Henderson, has 3 grandchildren. They all got their first here at this wonderful shooting range. It's open to the public, and people can come in and they, for a reasonable fee, they can partake of this wonderful shooting range too. There are always NRA certified range safety officers at this shooting range. This is not a fly-by-night operation. It's been here for years and years, and it's the nicest one I've ever seen. The club has talked at length with city officials and officers from the club and the club's attorney over the past year about the provisions of this, and we've had lots of meetings and lots of discussion, and I want to say that I support your support. I crave your support to keep this going. It's wonderful, and we need to keep it. As comparables, for people that play golf, we have 2 golf courses. For people who have private aircraft, we have an airport where they can park their planes and fly in and out without excessive landing fees and stuff. We have a pool for people who want to swim. We have a wonderful library that people can use when they want to read. And the Boulder City Rifle and Pistol Club provides the most wonderful shooting range that anybody ever had in all of their dreams. And so I hope that you support this bill and keep it going. And I'm sure that Mike Bassini, our president, will be talking with you when the agenda item comes up. I'm going to go home and watch the rest of the meeting on TV. You know, I've done this before, the 1:30 and 2 o'clock meetings. I don't have any desire for that. But thank you and congratulations to Matt and to Sherry for your performance. And Matt gets second round, and wish you well.
Thank you. Follow that. Anyone on the phone, 702-5, you got somebody? Okay.
Yes, good evening. For the record, Fred Volz. Several local developments regarding item 14 have emerged since the last council meeting. The Animal Foundation, the largest rescue operation in the county, took in a record 1,000 unwanted animals in the first 12 days of June. 39 dogs were seized by Clark County Animal Protection Services from a backyard breeder in Henderson. 2 people, the subject of a March 2024 BC traffic stop, had 51 animals in their vehicle, 11 of them dead, with more dead animals in a hotel room and at their home, and are now facing felony animal cruelty charges. Several elements have not changed. The subject matter expert and person responsible for enforcing animal ordinances has mysteriously and inappropriately been frozen out of the drafting process. Thus, the proposed wording in the support document still reflects no input from the most competent and experienced person in the city regarding these issues. Per the Humane Society of the United States, the epidemic of 7,600,000 homeless cats and dogs taken into shelters nationwide each year has accelerated. Rescue groups take in still more unwanted animals and attempt to rehouse them. Over 2,600,000 new puppies are offloaded into the market by puppy mill breeders, backyard breeders, and fanciers each year, while 2,700,000 more dogs and cats are killed for lack of caring homes. We see the same conditions in Boulder City and Southern Nevada. Therefore, why would it be in any way appropriate to encourage an increase in animal populations through creating a fancier designation? Proposed modifications to animal ordinances by inexperienced staffers miss key distinctions. No differentiation has been made in the language between fostering, for which there is a pressing need given the unwanted animal crisis, and fancier, which involves the intentional breeding of pets and domestic animals, and that adds to the problem of too many animals and not enough satisfactory homes for them. In fact, fancier is effectively a breeder, using a euphemism to hide the unsavory nature of the activity. There is not even a provision to spay or neuter animals under the control of a fancier. The staff report omits the absence of state statute referencing or defining fanciers and fosters anywhere in NRS 574. There is no parallel state administrative code. Encourage fostering, discourage fanciers needs to be this council's touchstone. Boulder City and Southern Nevada do not need the additional animals created by fanciers. This ordinance needs further modification to expressly prohibit such activities in the city limits, especially when fanciers' cast-offs must be dealt with by public animal shelters, thinly funded rescue organizations, and the public treasury. As for the corollary changes in fees proposed in Agenda Item 15, Exhibit A's impound fees are an insufficient deterrent to irresponsible pet ownership and need to be doubled in our inflationary world. The same for boarding fees. Fancier fees should be eliminated altogether, along with striking a fancier designation from Bill number 2058, since the activity is detrimental to public health and safety while worsening the animal overpopulation crisis. People are not allowed to do whatever they want with their property if those activities would adversely affect the rest of society or create needless suffering. Permanently parking and living in RVs in the middle of downtown Boulder City would adversely affect all businesses located there. It is no different when voiceless animals are the subject of unnecessary reproduction, serial exploitation, and abandonment or death if they are not sellable. And I would ask that these comments be added to the record verbatim. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to call in? 702-589-9629. And we still have other people here in the room who would like to come forward, I suspect. That's called an invitation.
Good evening. My name's Craig Ullery, 1617 Broadmoor Circle. I was privileged to be able to join the Boulder City Rifle and Pistol Club back in January. I've been wanting to join for a long time. And I believe that the site is a real asset to Boulder City, and I hope that the city will continue to extend the lease and grant them the extension that they ask for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any written comments or anyone on the, okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed McSwain. I'm the owner of a company called Permit and Protect, and my address is 2727 West Cheyenne Avenue in North Las Vegas. I utilize the shooting range to train my students. And if the lease is not extended and that range goes away for us, we're not going to have the opportunity to train our students. You may force us into the desert, into abandoned gravel pits and places like that where we don't have secure ranges, and that's not healthy for anyone, really. But the range offers a safe place to conduct our training, and people need training. It's amazing how many people go out and buy a gun and a box of cartridges and think they're ready to defend themselves. They're not. They just don't know what it is that they don't know. So they need guys like me and others that are here to help them along that path. And I need a place like the Boulder City Rifle and Pistol Club to do that. So I hope you guys extend the lease. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Hello, my name's Steve Bostick. I live in Las Vegas. I am also a member of the Boulder Rifle and Pistol Range, and I'm here to support everything that you guys can do to extend that lease and make that place secure for guests, which I was for many, many years, and finally I became a member, and I use that range probably, my wife will say 3 times a week, but usually it's twice a week, okay? So, but it's a wonderful, safe place. I bring guests out there all the time and introduce people who have no history of firearm handling. And it's a safe, wonderful environment. The staff is super supportive, and it's just an opportunity that I think we shouldn't take for granted, because there's only 2 other ranges. I can go way out to Decatur and do the Clark County one, or the one on West Charleston, and that's difficult to go into, and this one here is a wonderful drive. I get to support the community and eat at the pit stop at least twice a month. So I please extend that lease, and if you can allow it to go another 20 years, I might not be around, but my grandkids will be, so we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to read a written statement?
Yes, this public comment was submitted by Amanda Farrar regarding item number 4. Hello to the members of Boulder City Council. 3 Boulder City residents who are acquaintances of mine have each talked about overwhelmingly obstacles they've encountered while attempting to patronize Boulder City businesses in our historic district. These residents are disabled, and 2 of them use wheelchairs for mobility. Their access issues involve everything from blocked access ramps to sidewalks being used for outdoor seating where people are supposed to walk. This week, a young woman named Kristen, who uses a wheelchair for mobility, asked online why is it okay for motorcycles to park, blocking access to the ramp and crosswalk running between the clothing boutique and the Boulder City Company store. The only correct answer is that it's not okay. Apparently, according to other residents who came to her defense in the message thread, motorcycles parked in this particular area are the norm on weekends. I'm attaching the photo from her post showing a group of motorcycles illegally parked and blocking access. The sad truth is that her post, made on Nextdoor, was met with opposition from residents of our community who were quite disrespectful to her in support of the motorcycles. The rudeness and ignorance of the opposition that she met, along with complaints I've heard from 3 other disabled resident acquaintances, that is what has sparked this call to action. I work under the assumption that each of you support this woman in her drive to simply cross the street in our historic business district on the weekend, as each of us do regularly. The very least we can do is to enforce the accessibility codes and parking laws that are already in place. Ideally, we provide and protect accessibility on our public sidewalks and crosswalks for all of the Boulder City residents and visitors. These laws should be enforced vigilantly. I ask you 2 things. Please consider whether there is a portion of this area that is a good space for carefully indicated paint-marked spots for motorcycle parking. If so, please implement this as soon as possible and begin immediate enforcement of parking laws when accessibility is restricted. And 2, please follow through with action that will make it a priority for the Boulder City Police Department to enforce parking laws when accessibility is compromised. And if anybody wants to see a picture that was submitted, they can visit the city clerk's office.
Thank you. Any other written comments? Go ahead, sir.
Well, I too, my name is Neil Johnson. I am an active member with the Boulder Pistol Rifle Club. And I've been in law enforcement for quite a few years, and I think it is important that, you have a place like Boulder who offers not only a place where people can conduct using their firearms safely, but a place where we can also train our youngsters on how they can use pistols in a competitive way as opposed to a malicious way. Strong believer in the NRA and their training for not just kids, but for adults as well. And this gives us a place where they can exercise and handle their equipment properly so that when they are at home, it's not misused. And they understand, that if you want to go and be proficient, there's a place to go and do it safely. And this is one thing I think the club has been known for, is how they train their people and how they monitor them so that they can do it in a safe environment. And I thank you for your support. And I too will be looking forward to see if we can extend this. Thank you.
Thank you. Those who want to call in, 702-589-9629. And we'll wait a little bit while someone else is coming up if they'd like to.
Good evening. My name is Barry Legan. I live at 667 Paloma. I just wanted to express my extreme gratitude towards the City Council for consideration of item 13 for the Boulder Rifle Pistol Club range lease. I'm grateful for the council to reconsider this lease and to work with our current board that's on the Boulder Rifle Pistol Club. I'm grateful for the work that they've all put in, these gentlemen behind me. I'm super excited and thankful for the community. It seems that the city's allowed us to treat the community favorably in renewing the lease, more opportunity for our community to get out there and enjoy a place of safe training, safe shooting, also recreation with friends and family. I'm particularly grateful for the youth programs that the Boulder Rifle Pistol Club has, and will be allowed to continue with the extension of the lease for youth shooters to develop future competitor shooters in the shooting sports. And I'm grateful for all these things. And I just wanted to really I just be as sincere as I can, saying that I really appreciate the community of Boulder City for allowing all of Southern Nevada to have a place that's so well taken care of, so well cared for, and so well appreciated by Boulder City's community for the shooting sports and Second Amendment stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone line? No other written comments? No other comments here in the room? We will close public comment at this time and move to approval of the regular agenda. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve regular agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Unanimous in favor. Thank you. And then we'll move to approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Thank you. And we will move to the regular agenda presentation. We have school district here. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you for the opportunity. Deanna Jaskolski, Region Superintendent for Region 3, which encompasses all of Boulder City. So first, I just have the district regulation requires that I share with you the status of the district's compliance with NRS 388G 500 through 820 and aligned state and district regulations. Compliance with state law and regulation is monitored by the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, who may provide a notice of noncompliance if a deficiency is found. There are no outstanding notices of deficiency or noncompliance. The district also produces an annual reorganization compliance report documenting compliance with requirements of state law and regulation and the district's own aligned regulation. The next reorganization compliance report will be released by October 1st, 2024. Now I have wonderful celebrations to share from our 4 incredible schools here in Boulder City, and I'll start with Boulder City High School. Mrs. Wagner wanted me to share that their year ended with a beautiful ceremony where 154 students earned their high school diploma, many with honors and distinction. Their senior class was accepted into 30 different colleges and universities and received over 230 scholarships and or awards and earned over $5 million in scholarships. It was a great year for Boulder City High School academically and also in athletics. 2 teams took the state championship in May, the boys volleyball and boys swim. Ms. Timon at Garrett Junior High would like to share that they had a beautiful awards ceremony that recognized 140 students for their achievements and successes. Her favorite was the Benjamin Frankie Award, where they awarded Isaac Theron with a scholarship to the UNLV STEM Academy this summer, and in fact, he's there right now. On their final day, they had a full day of STEM collaboration, and all students were able to launch their built bottle rockets and a drone measuring the distance they've flown. They're very proud of the work that they've done in regards to their growth in STEM. They're very excited to share they did their traditional send-off with their 8th grade students with that special assembly and grad walk and exited the Eagle Tunnel to come as Bobcats and leave as Eagles. They reduced their chronic absenteeism from 31% to 18% this past year. Very proud of the work that the administration and the teachers have done in really reaching out and supporting our families in terms of the importance of attending school. Their spring MAP assessment, their formative assessment, demonstrated great growth in all grades, and they're seeing work in terms of closing the achievement gap. They're fully staffed with a few new hires that are excited to join the Bobcat family. She wants to honor 2 retiring teachers, Miss Jennifer Lynch, who was at Garrett Junior High School for 23 years, and Josh Brimhall was with the Clark County School District for 15 years. They're excited for the next school year and all the new STEAM courses and their first on-site at Garrett geometry class, which shows that we are placing those advanced mathematics students in the right courses to receive that advanced course. They also want to share their sports successes with the Lady Bobcats and Boys Bobcats volleyball team winning the East Division I volleyball championship, going to playoffs. Girls made it to the quarterfinals and the boys made it to the semifinals, proudly representing. The Bobcat soccer team were the Southeast Division II girls champions and played some very close games, and they're so proud. Garrett Junior High and Boulder City High School band and choir had 2 extraordinary concerts in May, demonstrating how much growth they've made throughout the year. And both their advanced choir and advanced band received superiors in the middle school choir, and their groups performed at Knott's Berry Park. Mr. Schrock wants to share that their MAP scores, formative assessment scores, they outscored the prediction by about 10%. So they're very proud of that growth and increase. During the 23-24 school year, they're predicting that their students will be approximately 62% of their students will be proficiency in math, and if correct, that will be an 8% increase over last year. King is fully staffed for the upcoming school year, including 2 new teachers that have ties to the Boulder City community. Brianna Egan is the former Tiny Tots teacher in Boulder City. She previously taught at the school in Henderson before joining the team at King. This upcoming school year is very special for her as a former Tiny Tots. Students are entering 3rd grade, and many of them are going to be in her classroom. Michelle Adams is a previous principal in the Clark County School District in Region 3, is serving as the principal of Morrow, and she's returning to the classroom to teach at King. She has owned horses in Boulder City for the past 10 years and works with our students in giving riding and roping lessons. King's front and back landscaping soon is going under a major renovation with the help of the Clark County School District's grounds crew. The front of the school is going to get a new look with the addition of the flowering hedge to welcome into the front office, while the back of the school will see big changes for our tortoise habitat, Daisy. Unfortunately, this summer, the burrow to the tortoise habitat collapsed, trapping Daisy. Luckily, they were able to dig her out, and she's expected to make a full recovery. We're hoping to add plants as well as a water feature to the habitat, allowing Daisy to access fresh water. And finally, at Mitchell, they're so proud to share that 81% of their students in reading met their proficiency goals, and 84% of the students in math met their proficiency goals. They're challenging themselves to increase their levels of proficiency for next school year, but they're especially excited about the growth they've made in 2nd grade reading as they prepare our students to be proficient by end of 3rd grade. At the end of the year, they were thrilled to celebrate that they had exceeded their improvement in chronic absenteeism, and their students will be better connected to school because they've hired an amazing counselor who will be able to support them throughout the year. And Mitchell is so happy about the new window wraps, helping celebrate the continuation of the status as a lighthouse school for the leader in me. I'm also very excited to be able to share some great news in the Q1 municipality report. As you had heard from Garrett Junior High School, that we've doubled access for our students in advanced coursework and achievement. As a whole, for chronic absenteeism, the report does share that there was a 6% decrease in chronic absenteeism. The most recent data that I'm able to share that came after the support, that there's actually been a 9% decrease in chronic absenteeism across the board here in our Boulder City schools. Lastly, wanted to share in terms of our support for the increase in our student behavior, in particular in our middle schools. We have seen that across the Clark County School District. And just for some context with our middle schools, those are our students that were in virtual education for their 3rd, 4th, 5th grade levels. And our intermediate ages are really where our students are learning the interpersonal skills, intrapersonal skills with their peers as well as teachers. And they did not have that opportunity, and we're working very closely with our middle schools, ensuring support, wraparound services that we can provide, not in regards to appropriate behavior and restorative practices and conferences in that regard. And at that, I'd happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
As always, thank you so much for coming and reporting on one of the areas that we really love, and that's our schools in town and our kids that are in town. I'm going to get back to my little notes that I had here. Excited to hear about absenteeism going down. It was pretty chronic, and I know that the junior high really, really focused on outreach. And I mean, 31% to 18, that's significant. And finally, the fruits of your labor, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of nice to see. So if you're not in school, you're not learning. Sometimes if you're in school, you're not learning, but at least if you're there, there's a greater chance, right? So we got to get them there. I don't know if you know about the Grad Walk, and if any of you have had the chance to watch it, but that is really something special here in Boulder City. And I think this year they included kindergartners, 8th graders, help me out, the actual graduates from the high school. Did they also do the 5th graders that were going on up to the junior high?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, okay. What a wonderful thing, right? To be able to see that over the years and know that you progress to the final and how important graduation actually is and what that means and have those goals in mind. Wow, 81% and 84% for reading and math at Mitchell. That is good for what's on the horizon when we go into King and further. That means that we're sending kids that are hopefully recovering, right? COVID was not good. I mean, and we saw that.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see that. A question that I had that has probably not as much to do, well, one of the questions that I did have is why do you know, or what the reasoning might be for why the percentage of graduation for Boulder City High School went down?
So thank you for the question, Councilman Jorgensen. This report it's a year behind. So this is the class of 2023. So the class of 2024 will actually be published in the fall. So we work with the Nevada Department of Education in terms of validating the graduation. And so we have information to believe that will continue to grow for this school year that just ended. So the way this report is laid out is this is from last school year.
Okay, I was just curious as to what might be a factor that would cause those numbers to go down, because I think we're pretty consistently high in that area.
Correct. And with this data, Boulder City High School is also a 5-star school. So it taken into account the amount of growth, taken into the account the ACT scores, things of that nature that are a part of our Nevada Nevada State Performance Framework, where they received their star status off of Boulder City still was a 5-star school in that regard. So in all the other indicators that they were growing.
And I know you see Clark County as a whole, so this looks probably pretty good. I just always think as a school teacher, by profession, what are the 16%? Where are they, and what's happened to them, and what are the reasons behind it, and how could we maybe reach out and change, if possible, that number? Then here's my question for you. I know that we do multiple use together, the community or the city as a whole, like Bravo Field is something that we share for baseball. Wondering if there's any way to do a shared agreement for the new tennis courts that are in there at all for our community. I just know that, we've gone back and forth for sharing and wondering if that's an opportunity too.
I appreciate that, and I will research that and get back to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So along the lines of the tennis court, do we do any pickleball courts?
I am not aware, but I can get that information to you, Mayor.
All right.
It's not a
So
school sport.
I would just be curious how many people here in the room would like more pickleball courts kind of
imagine.
thing in relationship to the status that we have with the school district, but that's another issue. Appreciate you coming here. Does anybody else have any comments or questions? I appreciate.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Last time we had a report, I asked about the change of school assignment.
Yes.
And we did get the report back. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just to briefly, go over that with council and with those that are listening and that are here. So at King, we have 28 students. Not a huge number, but, relatively but it goes up. And at Mitchell, 35. And if you don't know what the change of school assignment is, it's those who essentially don't live in Boulder City who come here, who live out of town. And as you go up, it doubles from Mitchell essentially doubles to Garrett, 62 students on change of school assignment. But the big number is Boulder City High School, right? And you know this, 181 students at Boulder City High School live out of Boulder City that come here. And, you know, that's great for Boulder City, honestly. It helps us in the numbers for our staffing, right? And it also shows that people desire to embrace the good of the community that Boulder City has. And we see that 124 graduates, if I wrote it down right, and 230 scholarships, right? So, you know, close to 2, if you were to average it out, 2 per graduate. That's fantastic. That's amazing. And as we go through the different performance levels and the absenteeism and those things that are really better than average here, we see that the community is really rallying around our kids. And, you know, it's not a question, it's just a statement, but we're awfully happy and proud of that in Boulder City. And what you are saying to us kind of reinforces what we're doing and what we know. And I really appreciate that you commented on Garrett's decrease in chronic absenteeism, because you really made a point to tell us last time that they had an individual outreach program that they were going to initiate. And so from 31% down to 18% really is spectacular. And kudos to all those at Garrett who have worked to individually reach out to those students who weren't finding their way to school for whatever reason, and helping make an impact in their life. And I'm sure it will be an impact for their entire life, for the good. And so anyway, I just wanted to comment on those couple things, and thank you for the report, and thanks to our community for all that we do to support our kids in their schooling efforts.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Dr. Jaskowski, appreciate you coming for us. We will move on then to item 8 on the agenda. Matters pertaining to the 2024 private activity bond, and we have somebody presenting.
Good evening, Mayor Hardy and the council and staff. I appreciate you taking your time out to hear our presentation tonight. My name is Kevin Hickey. I am the Homeownership Programs Manager for Nevada Rural Housing. I'm here today to briefly add a bit more flavor to some of the points of interest outlined in the report provided with our request to transfer your city's unused bond cap. I'm also here to explain why we make the request and what our agency has been doing to help deliver housing opportunities to rural Nevadans. Nevada Rural Housing's area of operation is defined as communities with a population under 150,000. We're considered a local government and political subdivision, exercising public and governmental functions, and we are overseen by a board of commissioners appointed by the Nevada Association of Counties and the Nevada League of Cities. However, who we are on paper isn't half as important as what we do in our communities. Nevada Rural Housing has grown from a public housing agency who was created to administer what is known today as the Housing Choice Voucher Program in Nevada's 15 rural counties to a multifaceted housing finance agency that believes housing really is an ecosystem where we can and should find opportunities for all rural Nevadans, whether it's helping keep those on the brink of homelessness out of the cycle of poverty or families who are ready to take on the responsibility of homeownership. Partnerships and relationships are the cornerstone of our program's success. Boulder City has been a key contributor to that success of Nevada Rural Housing and our homeownership programs from the beginning, with the transfer of unused private activity bond cap, which totals approximately $9 million to date. Bond cap is a funding mechanism we use to help rural Nevadans benefit from the homebuyer tax credit program called a mortgage credit certificate and our new first-time homebuyer loan program called Launchpad. Bond cap is not money or a line item in the locality's budget, but instead the opportunity to issue debt for qualified purposes, or it could be transferred to an entity like ours for purposes of homeownership. We are requesting the body vote again this year to transfer the unused bond cap to help continue the momentum of Nevada Rural Housing's homeownership programs. Since 2006, our homeownership programs have provided 22 homebuyers in Boulder City with $5 million in affordable mortgages and more than $166,000 in down payment assistance. And that private activity bond cap has helped to provide $40,000 in estimated tax savings for homebuyers right here in Boulder City. Going forward, we will continue to use that bond cap for the mortgage credit certificate program currently, as well as our new Launchpad bond program, which provides a currently very low interest rate for first-time buyers with a 4% down payment assistance. So we're expanding what we can do with that private activity bond cap, and we appreciate your continued support. I will say it probably goes without saying that there's no silver bullet to solving our housing challenges, and it takes partnerships, relationships, and smart, right, fit solutions for each community. And our approach intends to be innovative, collaborative, and fiscally responsible, and we aim to maintain a blend of programs and services that deliver a mission that is housing and rural-centric, and Launchpad is just a perfect example of that. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about bond cap or any of our other programs at Nevada Rural Housing.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I didn't raise my hand high enough, I'm sorry.
Did I hear you make reference to, do you help people with rent?
So Nevada Rural Housing does have a rental assistance arm, which is actually how Nevada Rural Housing was created. In 1973, we were created by the state legislature to, it's called a housing, I'm going to miss it. I missed the term, but we were created to administer the Housing Choice Voucher, or what's known as the Housing Choice Voucher program now, in Nevada's 15 rural counties, so everywhere but Clark and Washoe. And the reason for that is that Washoe had their own authorities, and they all grouped together to form the Reno Housing Authority, which handles all of Washoe County, despite the name Reno Housing Authority. And then there were multiple agencies in Clark County that administered the program, and they were all merged into one, and that's what created the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. And so they are the entity that's charged with administering the Housing Choice Voucher program, which is rental assistance in all of Clark County, including Boulder City.
And if you wanted more information on that, where would we go to find more information on that?
Locally, it would be the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. They're the ones that administer here, and they have that information on their website.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So if I was out looking for a house to buy, how would I go about looking for money from
Nevada Rural?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great question. So one of the benefits we like to tout with the program is that it is all administered by local lenders. So there's no application directly with Nevada Rural Housing. Home buyers can find out about the program through their realtor, through their lender if they already have one, through advertisement, social media, or our website. And they can go to a local lender who's approved in the program and say, hey, I've heard about these programs Nevada Rural Housing has. I'd like to take advantage. How do I do it? And they do that process with the local loan officer. They walk them through the entire thing from pre-closing to qualification. In the background, we're just cheering them on, hoping that they get into that home. And we provide the home buyer education at no cost that's required for the program.
Thank you. And you said approved lender or?
Yes, so we have 108 lending companies statewide that are approved to offer Nevada Rural Housing's homeownership programs. So the vast majority of your lenders are going to be included in the program. Individual loan officers then take a pretty quick training course that educates them about the program, but any one of them can use the program, provided the company they work for is approved with Nevada Rural Housing.
And how do we find an approved lender?
So we have on our website, which our overall website is nvrural.org, but for that specific purpose, we have a vanity URL, findanevadalender.org, which will show you the full list of lending companies, and then we also feature active loan officers on there. It's not a complete list of loan officers that use the program, but it's a list of active loan officers. And then again, if you look at the list of lending companies, any loan officer who works for that entity could use these programs.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then, are you able to tell me since the last time we saw you here last year, how much money's been used here in Boulder City?
So we have not had any loans, any home loans in Boulder City in the last year. It's been a challenging market everywhere, and we've seen a steep, sharp decline in the usage of our programs because of the challenging market with interest rates and higher home prices, which is the exact reason why we created the Launchpad program, because it allows for that 4% down payment assistance at a 6.17% interest rate, which is well below market currently. So we're trying to meet the need where it is. It's ever evolving, as you all know. The housing market is a challenge even in a good day. So we're trying to meet that challenge by coming up with these innovative programs like Launchpad, using funding sources like private activity bond cap.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for coming. I was just listening to something today that was talking about how the younger groups sometimes buy out, the younger kids, because they don't feel like they can achieve the American dream anymore, because housing market is so high and interest rates are so high. So I'm glad to see that this exists, and hopefully they won't be non-employed, interested people, and they'll change their mind. But one thing that stood out to me is 2/3 of rental assistance recipients are seniors or persons with disabilities. And when I asked about that, they said Boulder City could not participate in that part of your program. Could you please speak to that?
Sure, and that goes back to the question about the rental assistance. It's just Clark County is not our jurisdiction when it comes to rental assistance. That's all administered by the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, and I would venture to guess they have statistics on the number of clients they assist and what demographic they might fall into.
So they would have numbers for Boulder City. We could get that information to find out how much they specifically help Boulder City in this area. I know that it's because you service rural.
Correct. And rural for us, defined by the state legislature, is areas with a population below 150,000. So that's why we're able to operate our homeownership programs in Boulder City, because the population's below that. And that's kind of separate from the rental assistance side of it. We also offer weatherization services in 5 counties in northern Nevada, as well as the city of North Las Vegas, which is well outside of the idea of rural, but that's just simply because Nevada Housing Division allowed us to take over that program from a local entity to keep it going.
So what would it take for us to be able to be under your jurisdiction for assistant recipients for seniors and persons with disability?
That would go to the state legislature. They are the ones that determine that.
And there it is.
And there it is, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So is there an income limitation to accessing your programs?
There is. So our Legacy Home at Last program, which has been around since 2006, allows a pretty generous income up to $165,000. Our other program, Launchpad, is a first-time buyer program. It does have a federal limits associated with it because of the source of funding, and it varies by county and household size. I don't have those numbers directly in front of me for Clark County, because again, it varies from county to county, and whether there's 1 to 2 people or 3 or more. But those limits are on our website at nvrural.org under the homeownership programs banner. And I'm happy to provide them to you after the fact too.
Do we have a city website that has that link to nvrural.org?
We have general housing assistance that we have on the website in a couple of different areas, including city attorney's office. If it's not on there, we'll make sure it is on there.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hickey. If there's no other, thank you for coming. And so we're back to then the resolution 7816. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve resolution 7816.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Unanimous. Thank you. Thank
All
you,
right,
Mr.
thank you. I appreciate your time.
So we'll move on to number 9 in our agenda, the strategic plan. And Ms. Stiles.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. Thank you for allowing me the time to meet with you again. Today, we will be reviewing a draft of the strategic plan that was circulated in advance. As a reminder, this is a culmination of work that has taken place over the course of this spring. That includes both gathering of feedback from residents through survey, community meetings, and one-on-one interviews. I'm grateful to every member of the community who participated in those efforts, including a few folks who are in this room today. So grateful for their time and participation in that. As you know, following the gathering of stakeholder feedback, all of that was presented to this council in early April. In mid-April, you convened and walked through and provided guidance onto priority areas that you wish to see delineated in that strategic plan. Following the drafting of that plan based on your guidance in April, this draft plan was circulated not only through the Strategic Planning Steering Committee, which is composed of staff from across the city, but also to all city department heads. And so they have had a chance to review these materials. This is the culmination of their feedback as well. This document is meant to be a draft, a first draft and a starting place. This is the equivalent of basically a master strategic plan. I know that some of you had chance to provide feedback in advance of this meeting, and I want to clarify that these priorities, as we'll go through them today, are meant to be the basic strategies that will then be further delineated once finalized with action steps, metrics, and also assigned responsibilities across city staff. And so if you're thinking of an implementation plan with a table that you might have seen in the previous strategic plan, that is a byproduct of finalizing these strategic priorities that are currently proposed. A little bit more broadly, I would say that in taking your feedback from the April meeting and crafting that into a draft plan, part of this work is in thinking about the appropriate granularity. This is meant to be a 5-year strategic plan. As you know, your incredible staff completed all of the items from the previous strategic plan before that plan expired. And so to make sure that this is an overarching strategy guide that is meant to actually guide the work of the staff over that 5-year period, which is a significant amount of time, some of these areas were intentionally expanded and to not be overly particular or overly constraining so that staff could use them based on your direction to then implement them in more tactical ways across that 5-year period. I also want to mention that in some cases, some of the particularities that were mentioned in our conversation or that you might ask through tonight can and will be delineated in that action plan, that more tactical table. In other cases, again, we want to make sure that the plan is not overly constrictive or constraining to staff over the period. With that, we can perhaps go through initial feedback that you might have overall, and also the 6 different areas with the 6 proposed strategies. Again, making sure that those that made it into the draft plan are representative of the feedback that you provided in April.
So do you want to go through your whole thing before we ask questions, or do you mind us asking questions?
I'm
that
happy
we
for
would
you to ask
forget
questions.
Otherwise, by the time it's over.
Yeah, questions are fine now.
So council can go ahead.
Should we go through it and ask as we go?
If I could make a recommendation of, take it topic by topic, if she's going to start with the first one here, recreation and engagement, and then we can just discuss that one and move on, if you find that amenable, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Fair enough.
So the content on the screen includes the items that were discussed through council in our discussion of recreation and engagement. I fully acknowledge that some of the feedback that was provided includes making each of these topic areas and goals a little bit more active and adding a verb to those. That is absolutely going to be addressed in the next iteration of the plan. Are there specific questions or additions to this area?
I'll start off with what you just said and reiterate that. For this and each of them, you on the topic, no goal. So I think, I don't know if the mayor had in mind that we would give ideas for goals that would accompany each topic here, or if based on the information that you have, you would provide a draft with the goal statement for us, and then we would look at that as a subsequent draft. I think I'd like to hear from our mayor on how we'd like to see that discussion go forward.
The discussion should go forward in such a way that we're not here till 11 o'clock. the way I look at this is you have heard what we've said, and we would like to know how to expedite what we've said, but hearing that and seeing, if you can put that up, for instance, when you're there, and we can use that as our template to discuss, and you can add or emphasize or whatever we would like to do to fill it out or to augment it or to say, this is more important to me than somebody else. But I think if we see that and say, does anybody want to say anything about number 1, number 2, or whatever, I think that would be appropriate, or number 7 that's not up there. Does that make sense?
Yes, you can have it.
Go ahead.
Michael Mays called me, I don't know, did you call everybody and ask me some questions that you were going to submit? So I
Yeah.
don't know if you need my feedback, because I'd given it to you.
Oh.
What I'm asking.
That has been passed along.
Okay.
Yes.
So on that same note, Mr. Mays, if you have something that that we haven't met or haven't talked about, it'd be appropriate for you to say, oh, by the way, I'm opening it up for him too. Is that okay?
Well, so that I don't mischaracterize it and I don't have my notes in front of me, Councilwoman Booth, if you could just reiterate what you had shared.
I don't remember what all it was. Sorry about that. I know recreation was one. I think that's important in Boulder City. The infrastructure and that it's maintained well. But I think that was the biggest one for infrastructure for me.
How about for the benefit of the council and the public, I can just kind of highlight the examples provided to me in the feedback, which include that the goals should be descriptive, so that it's understood by the council and the community what it is we're trying to accomplish. Make the strategies specific to Boulder City and not general. And what Robin has noted is that in the next iteration, after the additional feedback from the council tonight, that will be reflective in the action items. As a couple of examples, under Historic Preservation Strategy 2, evaluate adaptive reuse of the historic water filtration plant, and through a public-private partnership, identify funding to make it happen, as an example action item. Other specific strategies: maintain the bike trails, ask local nonprofits what resources they need, and plan for future funding opportunities, and identify after-school resources for local kids in need. As just some examples, yes.
If I may, so yes, in hearing all of that feedback that Mr. Mays did deliver to me, one of my questions really is better understanding what granularity you would like to see. As I mentioned, again, specific actions can be delineated and will be in the action plan, but in the broader strategies, I want to make sure that there isn't overly constrictive areas. I absolutely agree that the bike trails should be maintained. However, my belief was that that was captured through Strategy 2 under Recreation and Engagement, which is develop a recreational infrastructure improvement and ongoing maintenance plan. That would capture both bike plans that are part of the recreational infrastructure, but would not constrain us only to thinking about bike paths, given that there is a broader category of infrastructure. And so while particular areas might not be called out within this strategy, it is meant to be broader so that bike paths aren't prioritized at the risk or at the cost of other parts of that infrastructure.
Oh, I appreciate that. So the bottom line is, we're talking about big things tonight and not little teeny things.
Correct.
So the granularity that you talked to, we're talking about boulders, if I could use that word, and not sand.
Correct.
Go ahead.
So the next phase, will we get into the sand?
Yes.
Okay.
Once the strategies are set, there will be a full table that mirrors what you previously saw with steps as relevant.
So if we say item number 2 encompasses a large area because it has all of the items that the Park and Rec is engaged in, right, as upkeep, but also new projects, say like the completion of the pickleball, or I see the pool is its own thing, which I believe it should be because it's rather large, but I know that we have other capital improvement projects on the horizon, and I guess the reason that I would love to see those things delineated is because it gives us specifics and it gives us accomplishable goals. So the vision is specific enough to understand that that was done. In sometimes when we're vague and we get a new person in, the new person didn't know what the other person thought, and you can interpret it in a lot of different ways. So if when we get in the sand, we could be specific at least enough that if, say, a person who was in that position changed and a new person came in, they would still understand what we were hoping to achieve.
Certainly.
Thank you.
So if I go, for instance, on recreation and engagement, your yellow slide, and then turn the page to recreation and engagement metrics, if we look at those engagement I think so from what I look at, the recreation engagement yellow slide, that's good. I turn the page and I look at recreation engagement metrics. Is there something there that I want to get the more granularity, or do I need to get more granularity there than what I've already got? So if your presentation is such that, okay, you're going to hear from us if we want something more, then it would be added to the recreation metrics, unless we have a challenge right now with the yellow slide. So my question as the mayor would be, does anybody want to add something to the yellow slide? If not, then we'll turn the page and go to the metrics. And does anybody want to put something else on the metrics?
So starting with the yellow slide, as you call it?
Yeah.
As I recall our conversation and some of these strategies, engagement isn't necessarily descriptive of what I recall. I thought we were talking more about tourism, engagement certainly, but of the visitors, and not necessarily just generally recreation. We want participation of all who live in Boulder City and so forth. But again, I don't know if the rest of the council remembers it this way, but we wanted to focus on those strategies that will enhance visitation. Hence, some of these are focused on items that visitors use that bring tourists or just guests and visitors to Boulder City, whether it's for a week or for an event or for a day or what have you. So I would suggest, recreation and tourism or something more descriptive rather than engagement. And then based on these strategies, come up with a draft goal statement for us on that. There's, I'm sure our Parks and Rec director probably has a multitude of options for goals for parks and recreation, right? That this generally encompasses, inclusive of tourism as well. So I think focusing more on the strategies this evening, because the metrics really is down in the weeds, and a lot of those metrics will be fluid as staff works on a variety of things or identifies additional things within the strategies that need to be accomplished, or as funds are required for capital improvement projects or other things. I think getting down into the metrics this evening would take us at least till 11 o'clock tonight, if not beyond. So I'm satisfied with those 6 strategies that are there. I think they hit what we were aiming at. So that's my comment there, in addition to the title and a goal to go along with that. That's what I have, Mr. Mayor, on this
I
one.
appreciate that. As I look at the recreation and engagement, I think some of that is the definition. Our engagement, if I turn the page and look at, for instance, to your point, Councilman Walton, is the third one from the bottom, revenue generated from tourism. et cetera, et cetera. So the metrics are going backwards towards the engagement, and it includes something. So if you wanted to put a number 7, Councilman, for, the way I look at it is, is it recreation and engagement for residents and non-residents alike? In other words, do we want to be inclusive in as much as we get a lot of people who visit and we want them? So is our recreation and engagement of, do we want to say something to engagement of residents and residents alike?
Certainly. I can mirror the language that's in the first bullet, which includes the increased utilization by both residents and visitors, and carry that through.
Yeah. And I think that will probably get some of your things there. So anybody else want to say anything about that very briefly?
I agree with what everybody's saying, is the develop a recreational infrastructure and ongoing maintenance plan. I think that just doesn't mean the bike trails, it means everything. And so I just want to say I really agree, but that should be expanded, I think, a little bit more so that people really understand it's all recreational things in Boulder City, because we have kayaking and besides the bike trails, so, and paddleboarding and boating and all that kind of stuff. So I think it should be more encompassing, and then it would be understood better.
And so we can say some of that with such as, or EG, or IE, or whichever abbreviation you. So one of the things that we can do is we can open up that, not as limiting, but as including and opening up to other things. Go ahead.
I know in our last strategic plan, we would have, say, these 6 or 7 goals, and then there would be an A, B, C in there, and all of that can be the sand, right? And that will have basically a goal statement and a metric.
That's correct. That's what will be captured once these strategies are finalized. That's when the implementation matrix will be completed, and that will have the granularity. But these are just to make sure that we are building out the right strategies that we can then understand from a tactical implementation perspective.
And then when you bring them back, we can discuss those.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So are my yellow slides strategy?
They are.
Okay. I'm
You can continue calling them the yellow slides.
I'd just like
so
to
if you
make sure I
prefer.
got the words right. Yellow slide, can I say those are strategies?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we want any other strategy then on our yellow slide? We're okay. Okay. Carry on.
Second area is financial stewardship. As you can see, these are strategies that are meant to capture the role of continuing to preserve the fiscally responsible management of the city's funds. I would welcome your comments or feedback on these.
I don't think anybody's going to be against trying to be fiscally sustainable. I think that's a great strategy. Any comments other than, go ahead.
I think number 1 is kind of, we have to do that by our charter. We're required to have our budget, and we have to be in balance, and we get awards. So to me, number 1 is really something that we're already doing and focusing on and trying to be good stewards already. So that to me seems like something, it's part of financial stewardship, but it's something that we already do. So I think we should be setting goals for things that we aren't doing. Is that correct?
So it can be also a continuation. So for instance, the equivalent strategy in the last strategic plan was simply balance the budget.
Yeah, because, I mean, that we do that, we have to do that, so. I think looking for new revenue sources is important to the city to maintain our city. I think that would be our biggest goal, was to create new revenue sources that are compatible with our community. And that's what I think would be the strongest one for financial stewardship.
So that's number 4 on our strategy list.
That should be
Yes.
number 1.
Okay.
I don't believe they're in any particular order. If I could also add on the number 1, present a balanced budget to city council in the annual budget process. And I want to see that myself as a strategy and not a metric.
You're getting feedback, so yes.
I am. Yes, I'm capturing all of this.
Okay.
Are there others?
We'll move on.
Third area is growth and development. This captures both compliance with the growth ordinance as well as making sure that there is intentional policy that continues to streamline both the functions of the city related to growth and also development.
Comments?
Yes.
Okay.
Number one, evaluate and when necessary, modify or eliminate ordinances and local regulatory barriers to achieving diverse housing types and choices. I'm not entirely certain what is meant by the writing of that, but when I read it, to me, modify or eliminate ordinances, to me, directly addresses the charter item as well as the ordinance restrictions on building permits that we call our limited growth ordinance. I don't think anybody in our community wants those changed whatsoever. And so the wording on that, I think, is a miss for that, for what we call the limited growth ordinance, right? So if there are barriers, I think we can work to identify what any may be. But as far as modify or eliminate ordinances related to housing of any type, I don't think we need that language in our strategic plan whatsoever.
That can be modified to reduce barriers to achieving diverse housing types throughout the community.
I can live with that.
Consistent with the slow growth ordinance.
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah,
That's what I put in
specifically
there.
to call that out, yeah. And then, pursue external funding sources this is number 2, that facilitate the development of affordable housing through public-private partnerships. I think explore rather than pursue. I don't know that we know what those are, and I don't know that we are interested in all or any that exist. And therefore, I'm not comfortable with the word pursue in our strategic plan. I think if that's something that we want to explore, great. It kind of goes hand in hand with number 1, and I appreciate the efforts and the mindfulness, and we're all mindful of the need for those who live here to survive financially in the difficult housing market that we discussed briefly earlier in the presentation. But I think to change our community or to commit to pursuing whatever is out there is not where we're at. And so I think explore is as far as I'm comfortable going on that particular item as well. And again, in each of these title items, I would love to see a draft goal statement, right? And so those are the comments I have on this particular, those strategies,
I
Mr. Mayor.
appreciate that. I concur. So you got feedback.
I did. Thank
Okay.
you.
We'll move on.
Historic preservation, so this includes a slightly shorter list, but this reflects our conversation based on the desire to continue maintaining the historic areas within the town and making sure that they are appropriately preserved and also invested in.
Comments? Go ahead.
I feel like multiple times we've taken comprehensive inventories of our historic area and I know as a city at least what we own or what we have, and then it sits. I would really hope that we also would put somewhere in there that we are going to figure out how to reuse, start using, improve. I mean, maybe parse out one or two of those buildings that really need some help. We have an infrastructure within our historic district that are city-owned, actually, that really need to be looked at so that they don't just lay dormant or unused and then deteriorate.
If I can piggyback onto that statement, either, I think number 2 is a long sentence as it is, so maybe a number 3 or a reword of number 2. I think a good strategy would be to identify 1 or 2, throw it in a draft, right? City-owned historic buildings and identify a use and proceed with a goal for making that a reality. And I know that was about as rough as it could possibly be. I'm sorry I didn't have a little more eloquence attached to that, but I don't even know if I got my point across very well, but let me restate it and see if you got it. That we identify a building within our historic area that is city-owned and proceed with a plan for implement a plan for improvement and use of that facility, whichever one we choose.
Yeah.
But put that as a strategy. We've been talking about so many of these for so long, and I think the time for talking is done and the time for doing is about now.
I appreciate that as far as looking at the historic district and identifying some of the things in the historic district aren't historic. And so if we improve our historic district, that may be kind of where you and I are. Sounds like we're going the same way. Go ahead, Tom.
No, just agreeing with you guys. That's perfect. Because we have a lot of assets that aren't looking like assets that need improvement.
Okay. You had feedback. Next. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to state that this was an area from our last strategic plan that I felt like was really successful, that they implemented, and that they really accomplished quite a few things in there to a high level, which allows us then, as we were just talking, to piggyback on that and to move it to the next level, which allows us to implement probably a few more of those beginning strategies and goals to get into the actual implementation of fixing or doing something with it. So I just wanted to say thank you to all those who were involved in the initial portion of that and for their hard work.
Thank you. Next.
Infrastructure, so you will note that this is the fullest yellow slide, as we're calling them. So this includes everything from strategies for investment in infrastructure, that is not just roads, but that is broadly defined infrastructure across the city, and also large implementation of many of the plans aimed at augmenting current offerings, as well as addressing some of the clear areas of opportunity or pain points in the current infrastructure that need updating and investment.
Probably in our last strategic plan, we have implemented some of the many things that we've had with electricity, et cetera, and we're probably looking forward to doing some more things. Is that kind of what it says?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So number 1 and 2, were those given to you by staff? Because that is definitely something that I think is very specific to staff. The biennial review of comprehensive asset management plan and, the capital improvement plan. Was that given to you from staff?
Those were modifications, but the initial concepts of utilizing those plans were actually from our conversation. The biannual review was a reflection of staff comment.
Okay, thank you. I support those. We're carrying over number 3 from the prior strategic plan, which I appreciate. Number 5, implement recommendations resulting from the water and wastewater feasibility study. So, we're referring to what SNWA is currently funding and in the midst of that feasibility study. And that's the only comment here about really water and, the scarcity of it here. And, it's a great time. We have the golf course water budget issue that's, a big thing right now that we're discussing in the community. But there's nothing else here that talks about finding ways for Boulder City to collaboratively, whether it's just the government or put out goals and information to the community on how much water we're using, ways that we can save water, ways that government-owned facilities will reduce water use and be the example rather for water savings rather than water wasting. So an additional item for something discussing conservation and wise stewardship for our water resources is appropriate there. I don't mind 5 standing on its own because that is quite a project that we're going to face going into the future. And honestly, the word implement recommendations, I think receive and determine method of implementation. Receive report and determine method of implementation, because again, Boulder City is ultimately going to decide what we're going to do. And not SNWA. Even though I sit as a board member there and I have a great relationship with those folks, I represent Boulder City. And we need to decide what's right for us. And so I think stating that we will receive the report and determine our best course of action in regards to that feasibility study is better worded for our community. And then number 6, seek appropriate scaled projects to support infill redevelopment. I don't know if infrastructure is the right place for that. It feels like growth and development is the place for that. If we're talking infill development or some type of redevelopment, I don't know how that fits infrastructure. And if I'm reading it wrong, I'm ready to be corrected on that. But it feels like it belongs more in the growth and development to me. And the metrics would more appropriately fit that group of metrics than the infrastructure. And so with the goal there, the last strategic, and I've said this before and I'll say it again right now, the 2018 strategic plan that we had and the group that developed that was very visionary, and I give kudos to all those who worked on that, to the prior council that was instrumental in implementing that, to creating it, and the staff members that were here. That gives us a great platform to build from here we are right now. And I say it a lot, and I think it's worth stating here. All of us, no matter where we are in life, professionally, personally, civic, we stand on the shoulders of those that went before us. And we are really today standing on the shoulders of the people that put that first strategic plan together for us in 2018. So I hope they're listening, and I appreciate the efforts that they put into the strategic plan and the vision that they had there. So that said, it was stated at that time, invest in infrastructure. And I think that was the appropriate statement for the goal, because there might have been a lack of investment. I think we've grown past the investment, and I think we're to maintaining a dependable and reliable energy or utility infrastructure. I think that's a better statement for where we're at now. I think all the metrics that were done for the investment brought us to the point where we're in a great place for all of our utilities. The Utility Advisory Committee or Commission has done a great work there. Our staff has done a great work there. But I do believe we're ready to move on to that, so maintain. And that may involve in the metrics or in the strategies, investment, capital improvement projects, the biannual review of the comprehensive asset management plan and so forth. So anyway, I'd like to see that as our mindset going forward with the goal, my perspective. I don't know if anybody else agrees with me or not. That's all I have on that yellow slide, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm looking at, I think you're bringing up excellent points. I wrote down the KV line, for instance, when I look at infill, when it talks about infill development. Look at, not that some places are less inviting in the city on Nevada Way than others, but we put a electric line that allows us to do something. And I think that's how I look at the infill concept of, okay, we put a new line in and allow somebody to build a facility that is more inviting as we go down. And, not that Nevada Way isn't pristine in every way, but there's some ways could be more pristine.
Great point. I appreciate that because it is something we're working on. So, yeah.
And then to your point about the water, I love your conversation about the water because this number 5 kind of limits us to the study as opposed to more comprehensive. What about the potable? What about keeping it? What about the reservoir? What about and so there are other things. So if I could have a more global look at number 5 than just quote unquote the study, that allows us to be a little broader, more open-minded about what we can do with water. Go ahead.
I agree with that with number 5. I think that number 5 needs to have a larger statement on water conservation, and that maybe that can be one of the sand items that would be parsed out quite a bit, because once we receive it, then we have to come up with what we want to do with it. And we have other areas that we're working on for our water, for our community. So I think that's great. Also, I would really love to see when we take a look at infrastructure, the RDA funds. I know we stopped receiving RDA funds in 2028. Is that what it is? Or we're
2029.
2029. So the funds that we have in there, I would really love to see it making sure that the infrastructure, especially down the corridor of 95 to our businesses and areas, encourage the inhabitation, I guess, of those businesses, so that they're not just sitting there unoccupied, unused, because it's not penciling out for those businesses to be able to open a business there. If there is something that we could do with infrastructure to at least enhance it in such a way that would encourage those people who own those businesses to be able, or make it available for them to now have it pencil out, to be able to put something in there, I think that's to our best benefit.
You've had feedback.
One more, since we're talking RDA, I appreciate that. And I'll ask this of staff, Mr. Mays. Since during the life of this strategic plan, we'll come to the end of our RDA funds, right? So I think it's worth, I don't know if infrastructure is the place or historic preservation or wherever is the right place. I'll leave it for you for the follow-up. But I think we need a strategy to best utilize and prepare for the termination of the RDA funding and prepare a way forward without those funds, somewhere, wherever the right place is for that.
So that's on a yellow page somewhere.
It is. RDA is specifically mentioned here under historic preservation under item 3. So utilization of that for historic preservation.
So we can expand the historic preservation using RDA funds. In other words, what do we do when? So
Correct.
include the going forward in that. That work for you?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay.
The 6th and final area is public health and safety. So this is a new area that was not previously covered in the strategic plan. This came out of our discussion related to many of the basic services, and specifically the public safety services that are offered by the city, to make sure that those are appropriately accounted for in this plan.
comments?
Would this be the place to add, where we could identify and improve areas for ADA compliance?
Yes, so ADA is partially included here, so completion of the ADA transition
there it is,
plan
okay.
on infrastructure.
All right, perfect.
Go ahead.
I know that we talked about, thank you for bringing that up, Matt, ADA and making sure that it was cross-sectioned so that maybe infrastructure or different areas, right, that we needed to include it in. But with that being said, I also want to make sure that it's not so broad that we don't have some specifics to it, like maybe a staff member who would be in charge, or, identifying, being able to identify specific goals specific to that. So I love the idea that it's across all, so that Parks and Recs is looking at it, every area is looking at it, right? But I also don't want it to be so spread out that maybe we forget a little bit about a specific in there to an overall specific that may not be inclusive of the one area, Park and Rec, or such. So thank you.
Along that line, Councilman Fox brings up a good point. When we look at the public health and safety, the reality is the ADA is part and parcel of safety and access. And so we hear people use that access issue, and I think access to public health and access to transportation to get to public health, or access to be safe. I think if we put something in there that is broad enough to include that, that would help us stay on task when we review our things. Thank you, Councilman Fox, for that.
If I can chime in.
Go ahead.
So we did have in the prior strategic plan, goal E was sustain a high level of public safety services. And it feels like, since we're titling this Public Health and Safety, we would essentially include, which in a couple of them we did, the public safety, or, the emergency services. Well, not only emergency, because we included the courts in there, but I would like to see if we're going to keep this title blended together, Public Health and Safety, that we bring over the 4 strategies from the prior strategic plan and include those in there, so we specifically are addressing public safety, recruit and retain highly trained public safety staff, ensure adequate staffing, define and disseminate standards to ensure a high level of public safety services, and support a unified approach to police, fire, courts, and code enforcement. I think bringing those forward are essential for that yellow slide.
Would that fit in your yellow slide?
It can be made to fit.
Yeah. Smaller font?
Yeah, we can also amend the second area, so that specifically speaks to the financial investment, but to your point, Councilman Walton, I think staffing is also part of that, so it's not just the financial investment, but the appropriate ratio of staffing that comes from that investment. Yes.
Okay.
I don't want that to be implied. I appreciate the connection, but I'd rather see that stated.
You've had feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one.
Go ahead.
On the public health and safety, what I'm not seeing in here is our equipment, because I know sometimes we have trouble with not having an ambulance or a vehicle available. So in public health, to have equipment that is of a high standard also, I would like to see that brought into this.
I can explicitly be called out.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Councilman.
I said there were 4, there were actually 7 from the public safety from the prior one. So, I don't even know, maybe we want to break them out into additional. Public health is one, and public safety is another. If we add 7 more to that, I think it's going to, I don't think it'll be diluted, but the metrics section of that would be so long that they might cross over too many areas, and it might be a little more challenging to keep the metrics focused. That's just a comment for potential draft or for input from others.
Other comments on this section?
That's going to become 2.
That is going to become 2, bringing us to a total of 7.
Thank you.
So next steps will be to take this feedback and integrate it into an updated plan. That is at the point where we will also begin building out that priority matrix and that table, which includes the sand, to Councilwoman Jorgensen's point. That will then be brought to you so that you can review all of those at the same time, and also begin thinking about those metrics that were provided in draft form by department heads. Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
And that brings us to number 10 on our agenda. I need to have introduction of bill number 2059. Read and...
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
I'll introduce Bill 2059 and waive the reading except for title.
Thank you. Bill number 2059, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City, Nevada, amending ordinance number 417 to terminate the 1971 development agreement between the Boulder City Hospital, Inc., a charitable hospital corporation, and the City of Boulder City for real property known as Tract 128, as all conditions have been satisfied. This matter will be considered for action at the July 9th, 2024 City Council meeting.
Thank you. And moving to number 11, or introduction of bill number 2060.
I'll introduce Bill 2060. Read the title except for...
Thank you. Bill number 2060, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City, Nevada, approving lease agreement number 93-247D, TW4-17, amending lease agreement between the City of Boulder City and Betty Hire to amend and restate the agreement and extend the term of the agreement for a period of 10 years to October 27th, 2033, with one 10-year renewal option. This matter will be considered at the July 9th, 2024 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Brings us to number 12, consideration of bill number 2056.
Mayor, I'll provide a brief presentation for council for consideration of Bill 2056. This is a lease agreement between the city and Jeffrey and Mary Ann Roberts to amend and restate their ground lease agreement for their hangar and extend the term of the agreement for a period of 10 years with one 10-year renewal option. This hangar was within the 98 group. The majority of these leases, the council adopted similar extensions at a previous meeting of City Council. And so these individuals were not ready to agree to the terms of the extension at the time, but afterward did agree to the terms, and so that is why they weren't with the initial group. But this is essentially the same as the other 98 group leases that were extended previously by council. The initial lease rate would be the 55 cents per square foot with a one-time extension fee if the current lease rate exceeds the 55-cent rate. So with that, available for any questions.
Any questions? If none, I would accept a motion.
I'll move to consider Bill 2056.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded, discussion.
Did you mean move to approve?
I did.
Okay.
And so did the second.
And I did the second.
Is any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. Unanimous. Thank you. Brings us to number 13, consideration of bill number 2057.
Good evening, Mayor. I'm Brock Armentrout. I work in the city's finance department as your revenue contracts and real estate manager. This is Bill 2057, which is to amend agreement number 00-618 to create Amendment B, between the City of Boulder City and the Boulder Rifle and Pistol Club. Purpose of the bill is to extend some of the terms of the lease and to make some other modifications. For background information, the city has had a lease with the Rifle and Pistol Club since 1961. And throughout all those years, the city has taken efforts to renew the agreement and enjoy a relationship that we have with them. Most recently, in 2021, they did exercise a 10-year option to extend the lease. That goes through 2031. And at that time, both the city and the club had some other areas that they wanted to see amended, but we weren't ready at that time to go forward. Since that time, our city attorney and their attorney have been working closely together to come up with some amendments that all parties are happy with, and I'd like to hit some of those highlights now. The agreement has been modified to let them have yet one more additional 10-year option period if they can assign it to a 501c3 nonprofit entity. They will agree to hold their regular membership drives. Section 6 clarified that the majority of the board of directors have to be Boulder City residents. Section 6F does increase the fees for the members. The agreement has always required that the city approve any fee increases. That's okay. I've done worse. Section 6 also amended the range fee from $10 for every 2-hour period to a $25 for every 2-hour period. They are now required in Section 6G to provide an annual report to the city, and then every 2 years to provide an independently audited report to the city. Section 9 clarifies their requirements for lead remediation under the EPA guidelines. And Section 19 clarifies that they can, with the consent of the City Council, assign this to a 501c3 entity. Throughout the document, it has been reorganized with proper section headings so that it flows better and is more intuitive as to what section comes next. Both the city and we believe the club are recommending that the City Council approve this. Their board president, Mr. Piscini, is here, and he would also like to address you and has a few comments for you.
If he could come forward.
Mayor and council, just so you're aware, we also have their attorney on the phone, Steve Morris, if you have any questions for him.
Mr. Mayor, it is a pleasure to be before you, and council, thank you guys so much for all that you do and for the opportunity. Madam City Clerk, Madam City Attorney, and Mr. City Manager. A little scratchy yelling at my 2-year-old there. I don't know who's yelling at who, so. Ladies and gentlemen, we went through a transitional phase at the Boulder Rifle Pistol Club this last year with some issues, but out of that comes opportunity, a new board and an opportunity to work with all of you to make our club an even better partner with the city, with the residents, and to take a look at ourselves in the mirror and to make ourselves better for the members. I have here our board of directors behind me, the Vice President, Mr. Scott Leonard, Secretary Terry Warner, Treasurer Fritz McDonald, and board member Keith Giles is not here, but I'd like to have our board please stand. And Mr. Mayor, 3 of the 5 of us are Boulder City residents. I'd like to also introduce our Staff Operations Manager, Jim Cruz, behind me, our Chief Range Safety Officer, Dario Franceschi, and our Membership Manager is not here, Mark Okamura. Ladies and gentlemen, so to become a stronger partner with the city and its residents, we wanted to address some of our concerns and some of the city's concerns, the board makeup, audits, and make sure that things were in place so that we were more transparent to you, to each other. So recently we did a membership day in January. I don't know if anybody's tried to join this club behind me, but I tried to join for a number of years. I think it was 6 years, and I helped them get their expansion, and it still didn't matter, so it was tough. But we've tried to make that easier. So in January, we did a Boulder City membership drive, and 263 new members who are Boulder City residents came out and joined the club, and all of them expressed their gratitude and appreciation for the opportunity to come and join the club that's in their backyard. That takes our total members to approximately 3,065 members. And the Boulder City resident membership number total now is 768, almost 1/3 of our total membership. The things that our board would like to do into the future to become a better partner is, one, partner with the Boulder City Recreation Department to create a firearms family safety class. Now, there are some people out there that firearms is a no-no to talk about, and I can appreciate that totally. I never shove anything down anybody's throat. But I'd like people to take a moment and think, if you have children, if you have grandchildren, that at some time or point in their lives, they will be in a household that will probably have a firearm there. And I think it's prudent of us to make sure that we have those conversations if you feel that's something that you want to do. And we would like to give those people the opportunity to come work with our trainers and learn about firearm safety, family firearm safety in their household. So that's something that we'd like to work with the Recreation Department on. Our training department, led by our Vice President, Mr. Scott Leonard, conducts 10 different training classes, which includes a youth juniors program now, where it's so wonderful that when the kids come out now, the dads and the moms stay and become a part of that program. So it's a wonderful family opportunity. We have 13 different disciplines that shoot out there that could over pistol, rifle, bow, and shotgun enthusiasts from beginner to advanced. So anything that you can think of in the firearms, bow and arrow, anything, we have something to offer. We have shooting events every weekend that bring hundreds of visitors to Boulder City to eat, drink, and enjoy. I'm constantly being told from our people, we go to Pit Stop, we stop and have breakfast at Southwest Diner, we go to the Coffee Cup, we go to Fox's, and so they are in our restaurant. So we're proud to be a part of that tourism draw to help bring people here. We also sponsored Lexi Lagan. Her dad got up and spoke earlier, Mr. Barry Lagan. I don't know if people know this, but we have an Olympian from right here in Boulder City. And this summer, next month, she's going to participate in the 2024 Olympics. She grew up shooting at our range, and we recently put a $5,000 sponsor to her and challenged our members to raise another $10,000, and we're in the process of doing that. If you haven't had an opportunity to help sponsor Lexi Lagan, I ask you to get up and search her and help sponsor. If you think for a moment, we have an Olympian from Boulder City. That's pretty special. I'd like to tell you about a young man named Blake Smith. Blake is an avid hunter shooter who had a dream of a 1-mile shoot. The Buck Bedard Foundation, it's buckbedardoutdoorfoundation.org. It's an organization similar to Make-A-Wish, approached one of our members to help assist with Blake's dream. John met with Blake and his dad Chad and decided that he would make this happen. Blake suffers from some physical ailments that make it impossible for him to get around very easily, especially out into the desert. So John went to work with the BRPC to see if we could make that happen at the range. John met with our board of directors, and we made this 1-mile shoot happen. After a lot of hard work in addressing the safety issue, last July, Blake was able to make his 1,776-yard, 5,328-foot, just over a mile shot. Blake is 14 years old, and if you could have seen his face when he made that shot, Mayor, I'll tell you, you just tear up. We will be working also on a range day this fall where all of our discipline heads, the board of directors, will be out at our range, and we invite all of the public, including our members, to come out and have an opportunity to participate in the different shooting activities that we have to offer. So if you are interested in shooting and firearms, or if you've never done it before, it doesn't matter. I consider myself a pretty good shot until I shoot with Scott Leonard, and then I feel like a beginner. So I implore everyone to come out if you have any interest at all and talk with our discipline heads, talk with our trainers, and see what we have to offer and feed that interest, because you might just spark something that you end up bringing your family out and spending some family time. I know Mr. Fox has come out before. I know some of you, we've talked. Mr. Walton is a member, so I appreciate your time. Council, I appreciate the opportunity, and I did want to say that some people have thought and said that the council was coming in to try to take over. And I want to say that this council has never been anything but supportive and appreciative of the resource that the Boulder Rifle and Pistol Club is to the city and to Southern Nevada. So on behalf of myself, the board of directors, and the 3,000 members that I represent, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here, to continue to expand and to enhance our agreement so that we're here into the future for our children and our grandchildren. I have our attorney, Mr. Steve Morris, on the phone. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer.
Go ahead.
When is the next Boulder City Drive? Because I missed the last one, but I won't miss the next.
So, Mr. Fox, we can make that happen for you. We'll do a membership drive right now.
Done.
We would definitely extend that to the council members and to staff. I've had that conversation that if any of you are interested in becoming members, we certainly welcome you to be. I think it's responsible of you to be able to come out and see what we do. So you're going to be asked questions about, hey, tell me about that range, and I want you to be able to say, this is a solid range, solid people, it's a family group, it's a family outing, and feel good about what you support.
Perfect. And one more. And then, yeah, I'd love to see a training and safety class done through Park and Rec. I think that would be a great idea.
Well, and I would ask all of your support to filter down through the Parks and Rec Department, because that's one thing that we've talked about. Right here over to my left, to your right, Mr. Corey Cannon is here from the SHOT Show. And the SHOT Show, I don't know if you know, does, and I'm putting him on the spot, Corey. Oh, he had to leave. Oh, so Corey is part of the Industry Day at the Range, which is a part of the SHOT Show event that happens at the convention center. And so several thousand people, a little over 2,000 people, converge at our range for 2 days. And anything and everything to do with firearms, bullets, magazines, holsters, anything, targets, is at our range. And it's a great opportunity. We have bloggers, we have writers that come out. So I talked to Corey when we talked about doing this firearm safety class. He got on the phone and talked to some of his manufacturers and some of the leaders in the industry, and they're like, tell us what you need. What do you need? Do you need this? Do you need that? Tell us how we can be a part of this, because we feel that education is a strong part. We never want to wake up and see a newspaper or hear something on Facebook, read something on Facebook that we've had a problem here with a child and with a firearm. It would be devastating for all of us. So safety is our primary concern. Safety is the main concern that we do, and our trainers stress that all the time. Our RSOs are constantly watching that out at the range when people come out. So that's one thing I hope that I can ask for your support, because we would definitely like to make that happen.
Mayor, if there's any disclosures that should be made, now would probably be a good time. Thank you.
Pardon me?
If there's any disclosures that need to be made,
Okay.
thank you.
Any disclosures?
Yes,
Go ahead.
I had one. I would like to disclose pursuant to NRS 281A that I am a member of the Boulder City Rifle and Pistol Club, but I have been advised by the city attorney that this matter would not impact the judgment of a reasonable person in my position, as I am a general member and do not serve on the board.
Thank you.
And if I may as well, I would like to disclose that pursuant to NRS 281A that I am a member of the Boulder Rifle and Pistol Club, but I have been advised by the city attorney that this matter would not impact the judgment of a reasonable person in my position, as I am a general member and do not serve on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before I accept a motion? Okay, I'll accept a motion. Oh,
Sorry, I haven't talked that much tonight. CCW, for those that want a CCW, how do they get one of those?
Koki, I'm going to ask Scotty to stand up for just a second. This is Mr. Scott Leonard. He is in charge of training, if you remember that face. If you go to our website and go to training, or you can send an email to Vice President, and Scott will take care of you. We have a wonderful training I don't know how many years of experience, Scotty, they have, but they are a wonderful group of trainers out there and more than happy to help you with anything you need.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm done.
Okay, is that a motion?
I have a question.
Okay.
Just verifying, in the packet, we have a summary of the proposed amendments. And if you would just please make a statement, are there any of those proposed amendments that the board or that the club cannot comply with for any reason? Is there anything that's onerous that was pushed on the board without, common discussion and agreement?
Mr. Walton, I think it's safe to say, without having that directly in front of me, that we absolutely agree. We felt no pressure. It was a wonderful back and forth. We appreciate the time and the attention of your city attorney. She was very gracious with her time and her attention, and so I'm ready to sign on the dotted line.
Yeah, we appreciate the work from the club's attorney as well.
Mr. Morris, I don't know if you have anything to add about that?
No, other than just my gratitude to city staff and this council for working together with us, and we are grateful for the opportunity to secure a longer term and to answer Mr. Walton's questions. We're in agreement with those terms and conditions and feel that we can absolutely comply. So thank you.
Excellent, thanks. I just think, as was stated by many people in public comment, this is really an asset to Boulder City. And the fact that we have now the purposeful resident membership drive to make it even more accessible to our residents, and that we have 700 some odd already that are participating as members, and hopefully more in the future as opportunities present themselves. I think it's a great asset to the community. I think it brings in, as you stated, folks to visit and to take advantage of the great community that we have, and to spend a few dollars at our businesses, and really go back to wherever they're from and tell the great things about Boulder City. So I appreciate the way that the new board has come on and really taken the bull by the horn, so to speak, and really show that this is a community-oriented, a club-oriented board that's for the best interests of the community and for the members at large. And really kudos to all of you for the hard work you've done to help see this through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
No questions, just to echo, yes, I agree with all of that, and to also state that there's a lot of different hidden areas in Boulder City that are treasures for specific groups. You have people who want to go ride mountain bikes, and Bootleg Canyon is amazing. You have all these little things that bring people to our area and introduce them to what's great about Boulder City. And I love that you were willing and actually collaborative in the effort to make this more up to date. I mean, we've been doing this since the 1960s. I mean, I hope all of us were born back then, but maybe, But so this has been a pretty collaborative effort for a very long time. Clearly, a lot of people are utilizing it. It increases the safety. I love that we have an Olympic athlete that shot out of here and had the opportunity to go with her father and probably her mother and her family to be able to participate in this. Thank you for checking so many boxes by bringing people in to help us and to introduce Boulder City to them, because once they come, they'll come back, and I know that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Is there someone willing to make a motion to sing
Ready.
Kumbaya?
I'll make a motion.
I move to approve 2057.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? I hope not. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Thank you.
Council, thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve.
And we will take a recess for 15 minutes.
You were able to weekend.
7:20. Okay.
We all have to be.
Call the meeting back to order. We are going to take item 18 before 14. Is that okay with you, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Hardy and members of City Council. This item is consideration of the addition of another potential land management process list. The land management process is the city's opportunity very early on in the consideration of the disposition of city-owned land to give the council and the public an opportunity to weigh in on whether the city should consider the potential lease of city-owned land and or the sale. You have an application before you from Hydrostar Inc. They are proposing the addition of approximately 300 acres located east of Interstate 11 and southeast of the Boulder City Rifle and Pistol Club, as you can see on the map highlighted in red, to be designated for energy and utility uses. Obviously, this would be the first step in the process. As the council knows, tonight you would decide whether to entertain the prospect of adding this 30-acre parcel to the list. You would advance it on to the Planning Commission for consideration. There's a public meeting before the Planning Commission. They make their recommendation. Then it comes back to you for final consideration. Even if you do add it to the land management process list, doesn't mean that the property is going to be leased or developed. It's just the initial step in the process. We have Linda Bolin here representing Hydrostar if you have any specific questions about their application, but I can answer any questions.
Any questions? I'll accept a motion.
I have a question.
Okay.
Maybe Linda Bullen can come up and give us just a brief statement about their company.
And whoever else she wants to bring with her.
Because not everybody might not understand
Okay,
what you are.
good evening, and I'm Linda Bullen, Bullen Law, out of Las Vegas, and I have with me here tonight two gentlemen from Hydrostar who are in a much better position than I am to explain the company and the process, so I'll let them introduce themselves.
Dean Toole, I help oversee our development and commercial activities, so I'd be engaging with NVE, for example, to see if they'd be interested in buying the attributes that come off of the facility we're talking about building.
Okay.
And then Brad.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Brad Davis, Director of Origination. So I work hand in hand with Linda on finding various sites in the Southwest.
And how does this work?
Yeah, so we develop projects that are known as advanced compressed air energy storage. So the concept is we would take excess energy from the grid. We take that excess energy whenever it happens, use typical compressors that have been in for they've been around for decades, right? We compress air, take that compressed air, put it down a shaft down into a cavern. It's about 2,000 feet under the ground. We would store that compressed air in that state. During the compression stage, we actually extract some of the heat that is generated during that process, and we store that heat over here. So now we've got compressed air down in the cavern. Prior to it being filled with compressed air, that cavern has water that's inside of it. And what we're doing is the compressed air goes down, it displaces the water. The water is reserved up on the top surface. It's a closed loop system. And the reason why we maintain that closed loop system is because we don't want the cavern to expand and contract. So it allows us to build a smaller footprint. Keep in mind the water, we know water is really sensitive here. It's a one-time fill. So we use water. In fact, we typically generate water during the process. During the compression stage, we actually generate water. So now you've got this compressed air, this displaced water that's sitting up on a reservoir. Compressed air is down in this cavern. When we want to generate electricity, we would release the compressed air. We take the heat that we stored over here earlier, we combine it, that goes through a turbine that's connected to a generator, operates, just think of it as a power plant, but instead of using natural gas or coal, where you would burn that natural gas or coal to generate steam to turn a turbine, we're just using compressed air. So the advantage is that we are non-carbon emitting at all. That you could argue that you're only as green as the electrons that you're using to compress the air, which is true. But what's going to be the case here in Nevada, as it is in most states, is that by 2030, you'll reach a time period when you're generating so much excess energy from wind and solar that they can't consume. So we're a good fit for companies like Nevada Energy because they know, and they've already identified a need by 2030 and 2032. What are we going to do with all this extra energy? We need to find a way to essentially store it, and we're one of those good solutions for that. Does that help?
That helps a lot. Thank you so much.
Sure.
So it's an underground windmill.
I've never talked about it. We typically would say we're a little bit like a natural gas plant because you can tell us when to turn on and off, unlike wind and solar. But we're non-carbon emitting, right? And we don't require the infrastructure like a typical power plant would need to have, something tied to coal coming in or natural gas coming in. But utilities like us because we operate just like a typical power plant. We don't have all the same equipment, but we would employ roughly the same types of employees. We would have about, on a permanent basis, about 25 to 40, employees that would be there.
So do you store the power that you create, or?
So we convert that. So we take the power that's excess off the grid, right? We're compressing air. We're using that energy to compress air. From that, we generate heat and we store the compressed air, right? And that's essentially the equivalent of storing electricity in your phone. When you charge your phone, we're essentially consider that charged. When we compress the air, store the heat, and put compressed air down in the cavern, that's the equivalent of a battery being charged. So the battery storage systems, which I think y'all have done some stuff with, we're doing the same thing. We're just converting that electricity into compressed air, and then we use that compressed air to turn a turbine. Batteries just take the electricity, they store it, and then they just spit it right back out.
Interesting. Thank you.
Sure.
Why this area?
Well, there's a couple of reasons. We've targeted a number of areas that we think are more suitable from just an economic perspective and the advantages that we see within the states based on the states' mandates. So they have mandates to be carbon neutral by a certain time period, which means they've got to add more wind and solar. And the more wind and solar that they add, because those are what we call intermittent resources, you don't know when you're going to get them, we know that they're going to need something like us, right? It may not be us, but they're going to need something like us to supplement that. Then the other thing is there's states that are retiring plants, traditional fossil fuel plants, right? They're going to retire them by 2030, 2035. So we look at those. In the case here, there's a couple of targets that the state has. One is for storage, energy storage. Specifically, we've engaged a lot with NVE, had a lot of conversations with NVE, and we know that in their resource plan that they filed with the State Commission, we know that they're going to reach a point where they have all this excess wind and solar that's going to spill. They'll basically lose it. And so they're looking at technologies like ours. Something that would be a competitor to us would be pumped hydro. You familiar with pumped hydro?
Nope.
So pumped hydro, basically you're taking extra energy from the grid and you're taking water that's sitting down here in a reservoir and you pump it up a hill. It sits up on this hill up here. And now you've got water that's sitting up on the hill. So let's just say you do that at night, right? Well, now during the day when you want the electricity, you release that water, it drops down, it turns a turbine, generates electricity. Now the water is sitting down here. So we produce the same sort of thing, right? We're just taking extra energy off the grid. We're just using air to do it. Pumped hydro is using water. So the NVE is looking at a lot of pumped hydro projects.
Okay.
The complexity to them is that they require permits, they require a lot of water.
I've got something else. It looks geologically appropriate and proximity to the grid.
Yeah.
Okay.
A short answer.
Yeah.
Actually, your location is a sweet spot, for us.
So when you say worse, you mean Boulder City, or you're talking about this specific spot?
Well, this specific spot may be
Yes.
too, because we've already done some geological
Mhm.
work on it. We've spent some money already trying to determine what is under the ground.
Gotcha.
Uh,
Are there
that
any
looks
other
suitable.
spots in the area that would suit you guys?
Are there other spots?
Yes.
Yes, there are.
Okay.
Yeah, and we could go into some detail. We can pull out maps and show you all kinds of stuff.
Gotcha.
But as Linda said, also the proximity to the connection to Meade, to El Dorado, those are all very advantageous.
Okay. I mean, I love, the energy thing, and for me, that area right there,
Mhm.
it's a high use for recreation, outdoor recreational people. A lot of riding, a lot of camping, and that right there where you want it at.
Yeah.
So that's my why I would say no to this,
Uh-huh.
because that would take out a lot of our space.
I got you.
For the outdoor riding and things like that.
So there are some other areas that are within some proximity of that. In other words, we could move, further west. There's a point where if we go too far west, we get to an area where there's not enough hard rock
Okay.
for us.
Yeah, I mean, right, because we have all the other energy places in that one area, which has shrunken the outdoor usage for
Mhm.
recreational vehicles and, doing outdoor stuff.
Yeah.
I personally would like to see it kind of move toward that direction, because that leaves that space open.
Yeah.
But again, I love the idea of it. I really do. But that's just where I stand. I know we normally talk, after the motion, but I just.
I mean,
thought I'd get it
we
out there
certainly
now.
would have all the respect in the world for what you're trying to accomplish. We would try to work within whatever parameters you would allow us to do that. And we provided in the submission a specific piece of land that is slightly larger because because of it being such an ideal location, we may want to build a bigger plant. But as an example, if you said, look, I'm willing to buy into this, but I only want you to use 150 acres, that's something we could do as well.
Okay. Thank you.
So right now, it's 30 acres, right, that you're asking for?
300.
Oh, 300.
Yeah.
I left off a very important zero. Okay, 300 acres. So visually, what does the above-ground footprint look like? Is it the entire 300 acres is going to be
Good
used?
question. So a typical plant, and what you would see if we're able to progress, we can show you some pictures of that. In fact, I think they're a part of this presentation. But we're building a plant outside of LA right now. It hasn't started construction yet, but it's gone through the permitting process, interconnection process, and so forth. And that is a 500 megawatt plant. It occupies about 100 acres. And of that 100 acres, roughly half of it is a water reservoir. The other components to it are the turbines, the heat retention system, the compressors, and then, of course, there's the cavern that's underground.
Okay, so it would visually impact the entire 300. You could see that, and you only create one cavern, one pond, or do you do multiple on?
Yeah, there would be one pond. It would not impact the entire 300 if we only built a 500 megawatt plant. We would only use up about, say, 100 to 120 acres. And that 120 acres would be, there'd be space around it that would allow for trucks and things to move around within the facility. They would also allow for there to be a cushion between the equipment and, say, a fence line. But we would actually only occupy roughly that.
But you would fence the entire 300?
No. So in the request for 300, this was to ask for a slightly larger piece of land than what we may need, thinking that we may have to move it around a little bit because we want to find the perfect geology. What we're hoping to be able to do is go into an option period so we can do further due diligence to find the exact spot that we think will work. But ultimately, we would shrink the size.
So if you had 500 megawatts, would you be amenable to allowing Boulder City to have access to some of that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If they
Store
were,
having if wanted or needed? And then the next question is probably for staff. What percentage of our city is open land currently? Because we've put quite a bit of open land on our land management process lately for the possibility of renewable energy. So I would really love to get that information back. I know you probably can't get that right off the top of your head, but I would love to know what percentage of open land we have, what percentage we've converted recently into energy, so that we can get an idea for what we're looking at as far as the face of the city looks like. Thank you. Thank you for answering.
Sure.
No other questions? So the way I see this is we are opening the ball as opposed to creating something. So this is for us to say that we are allowing this to be in the land management process. And I fully expect to have some kind of, if this is approved, some due diligence, an RFP, et cetera, and getting into the nitty-gritty of how big and how wide and how big is the pond, and if it's a closed system, evaporation probably still happens, so it's not a totally, I mean, all of those little things are going to be if and when it happens, but what we are doing tonight is just seeing if we can amend the land management process to consider this as opposed to approve this.
That's correct. That's my understanding of the process, too.
Is that true? So I would accept a motion if there's no other comments.
I'll make a motion to advance the land management process application to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation.
There's
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
And it is 4-1. Thank you. And we will now go backwards to item 14.
Thank you.
14.
Thank you for being here tonight, for your patience. And, you know, you must have described that a lot because you did a really good job of it.
Item 14, Madam City Attorney.
It's not opening?
What'd you say?
I have to do disclosure.
Okay.
You want me to make it a PDF? Oh, sure.
So while we're waiting for that, can we do a disclosure right now?
Yes.
Councilwoman Booth?
I would like to disclose pursuant to NRS 281A that I have 4 adopted dogs and intend to apply for a fancier foster permit if this measure passes today. I have been advised by the city attorney that the Nevada ethics law favors the right of a public officer to perform the duties of which the public officer was elected, and because this item would not impact me more or less than any other individual who owns or wishes to own more than the maximum number of animals. Nevada law favors and allows my participation and action on this matter. And I want to remind everybody they're all adopted.
Thank you. Any other disclosure? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. While the PowerPoint's loading, I'll give a bit of background on the bill. So again, this is Bill 28058, and this would create a pet fancier foster permit. It would also clarify certain provisions, renumbers some of the sections which are very long and hard to read because of the numbering. So it just renumbers some of the sections, and that's the clarifying changes that are being made. Essentially, on June 27th, 2023, the City Council directed myself to look into creating a fancier foster permit and look into clarifying our breeding ordinance, because our current code does reference breeding. It says that a person must spay or neuter their animal unless they have a valid breeding permit, but there's no mechanism to get a valid breeding permit. Under state law, there is a state law that requires the city to adopt an ordinance to regulate breeding and has certain parameters. So that is something that I'm still working on. I'm also working on other changes to the Animal Control Code, converting the criminal penalties to civil for minor violations, as well as other changes that I would bring forward in separate bills, so that it's more clear and so that the issues are clear to the public, and that each bill addresses one topic of the ordinance rather than putting it all in one, because there are a lot of changes and differing opinions on some of the changes. So we want to be sure that that each topic gets its fair shake and consideration. So I do plan on bringing those back, and those aren't for discussion today. Microchipping was also discussed at a previous council meeting. That is also something I'm working on per council direction that I received, and so those items will be brought back at a later date. So just making sure that's clear. Moving back to the bill. Under current law, the Boulder City Municipal Code provides that a permitted incidental use in all land use zones of the city is the keeping of adult animals not exceeding 3 such animals, plus their offspring if they have puppies. So essentially this has been interpreted historically to mean that a person may keep a maximum of 3 animals. I want to give a brief overview of the other jurisdictions in Southern Nevada, because Boulder City is an outlier with this limitation. And Boulder City, unlike the other jurisdictions, does not have a fancier or foster permit, whereas the other jurisdictions do. So I'll briefly go over the other jurisdictions. In the city of Las Vegas, an individual can have 6 dogs and 6 cats per residence. With a fancier permit, they can have up to 8 dogs and up to 12 cats per residence. In Henderson, a person can have 3 dogs, 3 cats, 3 rabbits, 1 pot-bellied pig, and 3 ferrets. And then with a fancier permit, a person can have 5 dogs, 5 cats, and 5 ferrets. In North Las Vegas, a person can have 3 dogs, 3 cats, and 3 ferrets. And then with a fancier permit, 6 dogs and 6 cats. Clark County, a person can have 3 dogs and 3 cats maximum, and then with a fancier foster permit, 6 dogs and 10 cats. The city of Mesquite, a person can have 3 dogs, 3 cats, and 3 ferrets, but there is a combined limitation of 5 animals. So any combination of those, there still can't be more than 5. And then with a fancier permit, a person can have 6 cats and 6 dogs. And unique to Mesquite, a person with a cat fancier permit is not eligible for a dog fancier permit, and vice versa. So Bill 2058 would create a fancier foster permit for dogs and cats to allow a person to keep a number of dogs or cats that is higher than the maximum number of animals currently allowed by the Boulder City Code. The number in the bill is blank, to be set by City Council this evening, as council believes is prudent. This permit would be annual and would require an inspection of the applicant's property. The animal control officer would also have the discretion to limit the number of animals to a number less than the maximum if the applicant's property is not suitable for a higher number. To give an example, if a person is seeking a fancier permit because they want to have a lot of Great Danes and their property is not suitable for 6 Great Danes, but maybe it's suitable for 4 Great Danes, and the maximum number is 6, the animal control officer could limit it to 4. And again, that's just a hypothetical. Moving on to the handouts in front of you today. So during briefings in discussing this item, there was a lot of input that was valuable that and certain council members did request that I prepare amendments for your discussion today, and I will go over each, and I'll have each council member explain theirs. Well, I should say the mayor's discretion to allow each council member to explain theirs. I do have an amendment as well. In front of you, it's at the top, it says amendment proposed by City Attorney Brittany Walker. And during briefings, it was brought up that there wasn't really an appeal process if somebody's application or was denied or permit was revoked. So I just added a subsection 7 that would allow an individual to appeal to the city manager if they felt that their application was wrongfully denied or if they felt their permit was wrongfully revoked. And I also added just a cite to, there was already a provision in there, should a person violate the provisions of this chapter related to, animal welfare, animal cruelty. There's also state laws on the books on this matter too that maybe necessarily aren't covered by our ordinance. So this just broadens it to any state laws regarding public safety and animal welfare as well, so that if there is an issue that's maybe not covered by our ordinance but is covered by state law, that person could be have their permit subject to revocation in the event there's violations. So that's my amendment proposed to you today, and then we also have an amendment proposed by Councilmember Jorgensen. This amendment would essentially limit the fancier foster permit to just for adoptions, rescues, adoptions from an animal shelter or nonprofit animal welfare or rescue organization. So essentially, it would still be allowed to have more than the maximum, but only if the animal is adopted from a shelter or nonprofit animal welfare or rescue organization. And then there's an amendment proposed by Mayor Hardy that keeps the existing fancier foster permit in place, but provides an additional benefit if a person wishes to rescue an animal. So they hold a fancier foster permit, and let's say the maximum is 5, and they want to rescue more animals. The amendment here would allow that person to have an additional 2 dogs or cats over and above the fancier foster permit limit. And then it also provides an added benefit to allow the permit to be valid for up to 3 years rather than annually if the person pays the applicable permit fees for 3 years. So that just provides a benefit if an individual is willing to rescue an animal. With that, I turn it over to you, Mayor.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So we have basically 4 things in front of us. One that's on the agenda, one that is your suggestion, and one that is Councilwoman Jorgensen's suggestion, and one that is my suggestion, none of which are necessarily in conflict. Once we decide on the number, so once we decide on the number, which is in yours as an X, not to exceed parentheses X, then once we decide on the X, then the other amendments, we call them, would be proposed, we do that. So the X in yours, right now we have 3 animals in our statute, right?
That's right.
In our ordinance. And so do we want to change the number of 3 animals to 3 and 3, 3 and 1, 3 and 2, less than 3? Do we want to change that ordinance, understanding that the pet fancier and foster permit could apply for that and get more animals according to, again, the new X, in addition to the first X that we decided?
Well, no, the maximum number of 3 is not being changed. It's
Right.
just for the fancier foster permit. So it's just for how many animals should the fancier foster permit allow?
Okay.
So it'd be a number above 3 because you'd have the existing number of 3. So it'd have to be at least 4 because it's still the maximum would not exceed 4. It's cumulative, not in addition to.
So we are only talking about the X being the number to go up to if we decide to go up to, and the X would be for the fancier foster permit. And am I right in saying fancier / foster permit?
Yes, so the bill is a fancier foster permit. This is similar to Clark County. That's how Clark County has theirs. Henderson is similar as well. They call it just a fancier permit, but it allows, it's anything. It's anybody who wants to keep over the maximum number of animals. It doesn't limit it to just rescue or fostering. Now, the council, if that's the direction you want to go to, you can direct me to go in that direction. But this would allow just, if anyone wants to have more than the limit of 3, they could just apply for this permit.
Now, your in bold print, even though you said it doesn't, it does on your pet fancier foster permit number 4 does include a registered microchipped identification and up-to-date rabies vaccine. So this does include a microchip of all those animals who are thus proposed as fancier foster permits, does it not?
That is true, Mayor, yes. In the context of the fancier foster permit, the proposed language would require those animals to be microchipped.
Okay.
Yes.
And so this does not allow quote-unquote breeding, even if we have had some people worry about that?
No, this bill does not address breeding at all. I plan to bring that back in a separate bill.
Okay. And you have something?
Yeah, thank you. I just kind of wanted to go over why I proposed maybe what I did. So in looking at fancier versus foster, one of the questions I had is, are these synonymous terms or are they opposite terms of each other? Or how does that work? Because for me, the idea of fostering is a great idea because I feel like it goes in and it helps us to eliminate some of the abundance of animals that might be at shelters or might be displaced and need a place. So fostering helps with that need. Fancier, in my mind's eye, does not help with that need and could quite possibly just still have the same need that we have. So being able to have the amount that we have, 3 maximum, with the opportunity to adopt, if that is your decision, or foster in essence, would help to eliminate that need and be able to help. Like I know, Koki, you said that you've adopted all yours, right? Which has given the opportunity for those animals to be able to be in a home that is loving and gives them the opportunity to not, as I think the chief said, possibly be euthanized, which is a terrible ending that none of us want to see happen. So in essence, we definitely want to see a humane outcome in all of these. I myself think a 3 maximum still is great. And then up to 2 to be fostered, I think 8 is a little much for me, as it was initially discussed.
Mr. Mayor, can I bring back some definitions so we're on the same page a little bit? Because it seems like the definitions are going to be important in the conversation here. And with some of the recommendations, if you do the foster, then, you can have a little bit more. And so maybe fancier needs to be broken away from foster if we're going to go that direction and be treated differently. And then a question is, when does fostering a dog become permanent? And are we going to call it fostering forever, right? Or is it foster for 6 months and then they adopt the dog, and then where do they fit, right? Are they now fancier, or are they still under the adoption because they adopted, fostered the dog? I think we need to clarify those so we know where it's going to fit. And then the numbers can be, I think, more clearly discussed and decided upon. That's just questions. I don't have any answers.
I get it. I do get it, Steve, because I do both. And I usually start out by fostering, and I end up keeping them. Tammy has one of the dogs, Chloe, that I fostered, and she actually got a good home. But a lot of times with the fancier, you go. Selling real estate, I get into a lot of properties sometimes where people have dogs they don't want, or they're just out in the backyard going hungry, and so I'll take that dog and I'll take it home and try to find a home for it. So there is a fine line between fancy and foster, and I think that's why it kind of belongs together, because quite often the last dog I got, I was going to find a home for, and my husband fell in love with her, so she's now part of our family. But I think that's why it's important. But I also wanted to stress, being in real estate, that there's other places to get dogs that need homes. And that sometimes somebody where a senior's dying and their family members want you to take their animal on or something like that. But one of the things, if you're coming from Henderson or Las Vegas and you have a fancier permit, you're now coming into Boulder City and you're illegal. And that creates a hardship for those families that, what do? They come over here and they just have to be illegal. How do we handle that scenario? So I think 6 dogs is a good limit, because that's where we're not going as extreme as some of them, but we're where the majority of the animals are. So if somebody moves here from Henderson or Las Vegas, they now can bring their dogs with them and not worry about it. But I think what happens is they get over here and they realize, oh, I can't have my dogs. What do I do after they purchase a home and have the animals? So that's where I think is what we have to think about, that also. And also I want to say I really like what Dr. Hardy wrote, that number 7, that gives you a little more leeway if you do foster an animal. I just fostered one from, my daughter helped me and she had it over at her house, but it from our animal control place. And we had it about a year. It needed medical care. We gave it medical care, gave it a good home until it passed on. So that truly is fostering a dog. The ones that I've fostered and kept, that's more of the pet fancier. I hope that answers the question a little bit for you there. It probably isn't a legal definition, but that's how I term it.
Quick question. All right, so if I have 3 dogs and I go buy a 4th one, what permit does that fall under? Like, to make it legal?
You're saying under this proposed language?
Yeah.
It would be the fancier foster permit.
Okay.
Yeah. Currently, we don't have a permit, but this would allow you to do that.
Okay.
Yeah. If you go buy one. Yeah. Under the bill as written.
Never.
Yeah.
Okay. Because, the whole fostering, it gets kind of blurred. Like, all right, well, if I go buy one, not that I'm going to buy one, but if I go get one,
Yeah.
For a 4th dog to make it, I guess, more than the maximum amount, what do I do?
Right. You
So
would have to
it
get
just
it. Under current code, you wouldn't be compliant. Under this code proposal, you would be allowed to get a fancier foster permit.
Okay. I think doing 3 and 3 with the regular bill, and then doing 6 and 6, the maximum with the permit.
And it would still be a cumulative number. If you did say 6 and 6, it would still be a cumulative number of 6. So you could have 6 dogs or 6 cats, or 3 dogs and 3 cats, or it would, under the proposed language, just so you're aware, it would still be the additional amount would still be a max of, unless council wants to set it differently.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So And then again, with this, it's the officer, whoever would look at the property too. So if they want 6 Great Danes in a 1,000 square foot apartment, they can go, no, knock it down to 2 or 1.
Exactly.
Okay, perfect. All right, that's it for me.
So if we went into the adoptive phase of this, how would that work? Say that you fostered and then you decided to make that more permanent to be adoptive. And could it be that if, and then the other question that arises, because I love how she said that she sells real estate, so she sees dogs that are abandoned or whatever, right? And she might bring one home. How do we know that that is a rescue or a foster if it didn't come from a shelter per se?
Yeah, it's difficult, right? It's difficult to show. I mean, at least if it's from a shelter or animal welfare organizations, they usually issue some sort of certificate or receipt or some sort of paper evidencing the adoption. But if you just, adopt some person's who's terminally ill's pet, I mean, it's difficult for the city to challenge that. I mean, if this to require proof of that, I mean, it just becomes difficult.
And if you adopt permanently, do you become a fancier?
Under the proposed language, and even with the amendment I drafted for you, Councilwoman, there's no time limitation on fostering. So it's just an annual permit. The only limitation would be you'd have to, in order to get the permit, it would have to be adopted from an animal shelter or animal welfare organization in order to even qualify to have the animals. So, but there's no time limitation. There's no temporary. I think, and I can bring Chief Shea up to talk about the average numbers of how long people foster. But I don't know that it's, I mean, sometimes it is just for a few weeks. But I don't know that it's always that. So that's why the bill doesn't have a time limitation, but of course, if that's council's desire, we can always go back and look at that.
And I actually do like the mayor's idea of giving a longer timeline on that, not having to come back every year as opposed to making it onerous on someone who's choosing to out of the kindness of their heart, be able to make a home or a place for an animal that's in need. Again, I'll just state that one of my concerns is if each of us lived on an acre, I think that'd be fantastic, right? You could have 6 to 8 dogs and that would be wonderful, but most of us don't enjoy that luxury here in Boulder City. In fact, it's quite a bit smaller typically, which means we may love our 6 to 8 animals, but our neighbor may not love us for our 6 to 8 animals. So herein lies the question, and the concern for me is what might not be too much for us might be too much for our neighbor a little bit. And I just had one dog, and he liked to talk a lot. And I really couldn't control his talking, to be quite honest with you. So I can't imagine if I had 8 of him that my neighbor would love me. Because the reality is that I couldn't control his talking. I wanted to. I loved him, but loving him didn't stop that. And I couldn't also control the mess that he made. So if I had 8 of them making that mess, I'd really have to be on top of that. And so there's just that fine line for me. And that fine line, too, is that I think the intent for me would be that we would help eliminate animals that are not being cared for. And sometimes when we say fancier, that doesn't mean that we eliminate or alleviate any of the stress that's on a shelter or in someone's life. It just means that we could have up to 6 dogs that we would get from a breeder or somewhere else, right? So it's a different story. So that's why I asked you to do this. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think with animal control, if you have a dog that's barking and your neighbors aren't happy with it, you're going to get a citation. That's just going to happen.
You just can't stop it.
Huh? Oh, that
You
happens?
just can't stop it, I'm just saying.
Well, you can
Get a
have them
citation.
debarked, which isn't really nice. But I think the problem with just being in an animal shelter is so many, being in real estate, I have gone to so many homes where a dog's in a backyard and it's in bad shape, it's malnourished, and not everybody does that. Sometimes you have to report it when you see something really bad, but I usually say to the people, can I buy your dog? And sometimes they just hand them to me, and then I try to go find homes for them. But most of the time, the dogs that we'll get from Ann or something like that, and either foster them. And a foster dog, sometimes you can have that. We just fostered the one for almost a year before she passed. But you could be fostering a dog for 8 months, 9 months, 2 years, because sometimes you have to work with that dog to not bark, to spend the time with it, to teach it to walk on a leash and not run away, and things that maybe got it in trouble before. That's what fostering is all about, is trying to re-educate that dog so it can be rehomed. So the time limit's going to be different on each dog that you foster. And all of my dogs, you could say I started out fostering them and my husband said, no, we weren't going to keep any of them. But they're all part of our family now. So I think 6 is up to animal control also, if you have the backyard for it. If somebody's renting a property and they go to get an animal from animal control, Ann always calls me as the property manager and says, can they have a dog over there, or can they have a cat? And sometimes, no, they can't, and they're over there trying to get one, but they always check. So these animals foster or fanciers wouldn't be in apartment complexes, they wouldn't be in rental properties, because the owners aren't going to allow that type of thing to go on in their property. It's going to only be on homes where people have the land and have the space for the dogs, and then animal control will definitely, if it's too small or they don't have a fenced backyard, they're not going to allow them to have that permit. So I think we're leaving a lot up to animal control, but I think they're the ones that really know best how to serve the animals. So that's just my thought on that part of it.
Okay.
I don't think we've come to any definitive
No.
conclusions to discuss that well yet. Although I will ask, on one of the number 7s here, I don't know, it didn't say a person's name on it, but if a person gets an animal from a animal shelter or nonprofit, and the permit's valid for 3 years, that sounds pretty permanent. Doesn't sound like it's fostering to me. Right? So that feels more like that's gone to they've adopted and own the dog, if we're talking 3 years for that permit. So I'm not so sure that equates to adoption, and then it goes into fancier again, and if the numbers are different, how do you determine when it transitions over, that it's no longer adoption? And I know this was a sticking point before. I've got to think that there is national standard for outdoor square footage for animals based on their weight. And I would love to see something objective for our animal control officers to have that is their guideline, so that they can just show the person, look, here's the national standard, here's what ASPCA or AKC or whatever has determined is the best amount of square footage of outdoor space for an animal of 3 to 5 pounds, 5 to 15, on up. And so that it's objective rather than, subjective, whatever that could be. So those are 2 issues that I'm kind of still hoping for some definitions to as we go on here. I do appreciate the opportunity to appeal. But if there's something objective, there would be far less concern about that, right? So those are 2 more comments I'll add to the conversation.
So these are the only questions I have. We talk about this what's the size of the dog in the fight? So, you know, how does the size of the dog fit? How does the size of the yard or the home fit? Because those are two variables that we have to consider when you're looking at. So if I have 6 little puppies that grow up and now they're 6 months old, and the owner wants to keep 6 little puppies and they're still little dogs, as opposed to 6 greyhounds or 6 St. Bernards or 6 or 3 St. Bernards, or, you know, you just, it's apples and oranges kind of thing. And by the way, it's not just dogs we're talking about, it's cats. So dogs and cats currently are 3, as I recall. And that's it. So you can have, and it's people who like dogs and cats probably may even get 2 dogs and 2 cats, and now they're over the limit. So, and so that brings me to the inspection. So the inspection requirement, animal control as it were. So if we go up from the 3, at what point is the inspection triggered? Because theoretically, we have to have our license renewed every 3 years, except if it's fancier, it's every 1 year, except we're proposing, at least I am, every 3 years. And either, my theory is if we're requiring a license, I don't think it's necessary to have every year to do something that is your dog or your cat, and you're going to keep it anyway. And so give the dog a bone every 3 years instead of every year. So we're not talking about not any license requirement, but a 3-year instead of a 1 year. If we look at the concept of 6 and 6, 3 dogs and 3 cats, and now we're going to go up to more dogs, or 3 dogs and 3 cats, or then a multiplicity of those. And then how do we differentiate between the fostering and the fancier in the number? So I don't see a difference between fostering and fancier in the number, but I think it's rational if somebody's got 3 dogs and 3 cats and they want to rescue a dog or rescue 3 cats, that we let them, because our shelters are overrun anyway. And if somebody's willing to take more, we're thrilled. And that triggers, in my own mind, an inspection agreement of some kind. And then the appeal process, I think, is also a rational kind of thing, which goes back to that nebulous national standard of how big's the dog, how much is the room, and how many can you have and take adequate care of them. So I think all of these comments are coming down to a few basic things. How many? I mean, that's the overriding question. How many do we want to allow that is different than it is now of 3 animals? So in my own mind, 3 animals, if I have 2 dogs and 2 cats, I think that is not fair, you know, that whole fairness thing. So I think the 3 is unrealistic if you're an animal lover, and that's why I say, so you've got the number. Are we going to change the number by allowing fancier to be defined however it is? A fancier, fine, you're a fancier. Poof, you get another. How many numbers of animals do you get? Do you get another 3? And quite frankly, I think that's a rational thing, depending on how big the dog is or how much room you have. So we have to have some kind of inspection, and it's already looking at the animal control officer may limit the amount of dogs and cats allowed under the fancier foster permit in the number less than the maximum, So it's already proposed as to the inspection, and I think that, you know, we can be pretty flexible with the number as long as they meet criteria for safety and for care of the animal. And all the while, No, and we got this whole big packet that talks about if you got a dangerous dog, and a dangerous dog is just one that menaces you. And so that's a pretty liberal definition, and people complain in the park about dogs that come up and menace. Well, that's a dangerous dog, and that dog can be taken away, and that's a violation. So, we all have these concerns that come from different directions, but I would just like to hear from council what a number is. I mean, just if we're stuck on 3, I'm kind of curious. Is that 3 a number that we're stuck on total, 3 animals? I may be trying to break it down, but I need to kind of see where we're at.
I don't think we're changing that number, right? Is the allotted amount 3? We're actually just talking about the number that a fancier or a foster on top of the 3 can have.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So are you asking for the number on top of 3?
A total number.
A total number. I am comfortable with the idea of a total of 5 if 2 of them are adopted.
And that's why I'm trying to get a feel for this.
That's
2 or more.
I like
2 or more.
No, I mean, like, within the total of 5, all 5 could be adopted.
Yes.
But if you're going over the total of 3, I would love to see that those extra animals, if you are truly a person who loves animals and cares about them, that you would take the time to go in and take an animal who needs a home.
Okay, I got 2 adopted, 5 total.
Yeah, I know, I threw out 6, regardless if it was adopted or not. I mean, an animal in your house is better than at the breeder's house or the shelter. So, but, I mean, if the council likes the number 5 better, I'm okay with that too.
I'm for 6. Now, Sherry, did you say you're for 5 and then 2 being from?
3, 2 adopted.
Oh, okay.
5 total.
Okay, I'm for 6 only because of where the other cities are in comparison to us. That's why I like the number 6. Providing you have a yard for it.
Well, I do like number 3, that there is discretion in the inspection.
You like 3 as in total?
No, number 3.
Subsection 3.
I'm just looking for a number.
Oh, no commentary,
Just a number. Give me a number. How many dogs and cats total?
5.
5. And I'm at 6, providing this option of size and yard and et cetera. So I would be at 6.
All right, so you guys are at 5, but with your stipulation of 2 being adopted. So what if we did 6 with the stipulation of the 2 being adopted? Meet halfway in the middle.
No, that was the total number, so no more than, that's what we're getting to, the no more than.
Yeah, no more than 6, but
Yeah.
2 being adopted.
Well, all 6 can be adopted.
And within the
But
question, though.
At least 2 have to be adopted
maybe
if you want to hit 6.
None of 6 could be adopted. If you do a total number of 6 with no stipulations, then it could just be 6, no adoption.
Yeah.
Thus not helping the actual need that is out there, which I think that the shelters are overrun. And there are animals that need homes.
But that's nothing new, though. Shelters have been overrun for, I mean, at least 30 years since I've been aware of a shelter.
And how
So
are
we're
you
still
gonna really-
talking 3 as a max unless you get a permit,
Yeah.
right? So whether it's foster or fancier, because we are treating them the same, right?
Excuse me. Under the bill as proposed, but if you adopted Councilwoman Jorgensen's amendment, it would only allow the additional animals if they are adopted from a shelter or animal welfare organization.
Okay, so So that's so then the fancier would be different than the foster.
It would just be a foster permit at that point.
So there wouldn't be a fancier. It would just, you'd be stuck on 3 unless you were or fostering, and then you could get the extra.
Under Councilwoman Jorgensen's amendment,
Okay,
yes, that's
well,
correct.
Either one.
So where I'm coming from is I'm saying 6, if there's a fancier's permit to go beyond 3. And the fancier's permit, I think, is synonymous, quite frankly, with fostering. I think the reality is you foster, you're gonna keep the dog or the cat. So I think the theory of fostering an animal and hoping that you find somebody else is not as likely as keeping the animal and enjoying the companionship of the animal. So if we are stuck on 3 for the current ordinance, and then we're talking about permitting fancier / fostering, and then that number. So we're not going to change the number. I hear that. We're not going to change the 3 number. And the issue then becomes, is the next number a combination of fancier, fostering, or is it just fostering? And where I'm coming from, I don't care. I think it could be either fancier or fostering, and then you would get a total of 6. That's where I'm coming from. Having said that,
I agree with you, and I like your amendment,
okay,
and I like 6.
okay.
Well, which amendment are you referring to?
I'm talking about Dr. Hardy's number 7 that he put in there.
Well, the challenge is none of these had a person's name
Yeah,
on
they
them,
do.
so I don't know.
I'm
which-
sorry.
No, they
do
do
it
at the top.
At the
Yeah,
top.
on the first page they do.
It says item 14 on mine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And it says proposed by Mayor
Okay, thank
Hardy.
you. I didn't check the names up there. Okay, so,
It's a break in what you have to pay and the length at which you have to pay. So instead of a 1 year, every 1 year, you get to do it 3 years and you get a break on the cost.
if you adopt, reading ahead to number 15.
Yes.
You're saying if you adopt it, there is no fee.
Well, a number,
Whose proposal is this on
that,
number 15?
well, we haven't gotten to that yet.
Well, I know, but
So-
if we're talking 14 that talks fees, it relates to 15, which addresses the fee.
Yes, that
Right.
was in response to briefings.
Oh, okay, I know that we can't muddle the two, but if
Well,
we're gonna,
we can discuss that separately. We can change that. So I do think you should just focus on this.
The number.
Yeah.
Let's get the number back.
So on my amendment, it talks about such a person, fancier / foster, may be valid up to 3 years rather than annually, period. So in other words, why do this every year?
I know.
It doesn't make sense to me, when you can do it every 3 years and be just as safe.
Yeah, 'cause the
Brittany, who
permit-
recommended 1 year? That came from staff, right?
Not me personally, but all the other jurisdictions are annual permits. Yeah. Mhm.
And that permit will cover, so let's say I have a permit now, and then the dog that I'm fostering gets adopted, and I bring in another one. That dog, that new dog is now covered with the same permit, correct? I don't have to go get a permit every time?
Yeah, the permit is just for the additional number.
It's just an umbrella, pretty much?
Yeah, it
Okay.
doesn't,
Doesn't
it's
go
not a
away.
license, you know, you still have to.
Not dog specific.
Yeah, you'd still have to get that dog licensed, and
Okay.
you'd say, I don't have this dog anymore, I'm getting this dog, so yeah. It
Perfect.
wouldn't, yeah.
So I know to your question earlier about the permit lasting 1 year, because if you foster it for 6 months, you know, then it becomes,
Well, yeah, does it become
Yeah.
permanent? But I think we've already had some input that
Yeah.
that is irrelevant. Just call it all permanent and
Yeah.
be done with it. Yeah, which is fine.
okay. So we're all good with 6?
3 years.
Well, I think 3 of the 5 are, so that sounds like a majority. If you're counting votes.
Okay, let's do it. Let's have a motion, let's have a second, let's have a discussion.
I make a motion to have 6 dogs for the foster fancier permit.
6 animals.
6 dogs or 6 cats.
You're correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just the dog person, so.
That's a total number.
A total number of
So-
6
Would
dogs
it be
or
3?
It
or
would be
6 cats,
3.
or 3 and 3, or 2
That's
and
correct.
4.
So then it's a cumulative
combination.
total of 6.
Yes,
Still, yes,
yes, a combination.
yes.
I'll second. Oh, I guess we need the other stipulation.
Well, is there any additional amendments that?
Yes.
Do you want to read?
I take that back.
Okay.
Can we add number 7 that Dr. Hardy wrote?
So it would be moved to approve Bill 2058 with 6 dogs or 6 cats and a cumulative
Or
total
2 and 4?
of
or
6.
what- Yeah, combination.
And with
And a
Mayor
dog.
Hardy's amendment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let
Just a
Randy-
point of clarification, Mayor Hardy. Under your proposed number 7, it specifies 2 additional dogs or cats. You want that to be 3, though.
Correct.
In line with the
Right.
recommendation.
Well, let me clarify. The person under Dr. Hardy's, Mayor Hardy's amendment, the person would already have a fancier permit, and so could already have up to 6. This would allow an additional 2 over and above the 6.
So 8.
So 8.
So the motion is 6.
The motion's 6.
Okay, so we
And
don't
then
want
sh-
to,
And then the
And-
motion does not include up to 8.
Okay.
The motion includes 6.
So just-
As I hear it.
Yes.
And the motion then just adopts the 3-year instead of anything else in that amendment.
so we're adopting Bill 2058 with 6 dogs or 6 cats, a cumulative total of 6, and allowing the person to have the permit up to 3 years.
Can I make one clarification in there real quick? Where we're talking, does that include ferrets, or that doesn't matter, or potbelly pigs?
It would just be dogs or cats.
Just be dogs or cats,
Yep.
okay.
I do want to throw in Brittany's amendment. I'd like to throw that in there, too. I think it'd
Talk
be-
to the maker of the motion.
For the appeal.
Oh,
Brittany's, yes.
oh, this is already going in.
No.
Dr. Hardy wrote this.
Well, they're
You know,
two different-
I had a staff amendment for an appeal
Yes.
process.
Oh, I didn't see the staff amendment. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's
so
okay.
we have three of these,
Let
one
me see the
Sherry.
staff amendment. I'll add that in. Oh, yeah, okay, I remember you spoke, and I'd also like to add number 7 on Brittany's recommendation that the person has a way to appeal if they're denied.
Okay. Would you like me to restate what I've heard so far?
Yes.
Okay. I'm hearing a motion to approve Bill 2058 with inserting the number of 6 dogs or 6 cats and a cumulative total of 6, with the ability to receive the permit for up to 3 years, and with the addition of the appeal process in the amendment proposed by city attorney.
So could you repeat that? Did you say the 3 base and then the other 3 fancier foster?
Well, it's
just- you're
it's
just
just
gonna-
6 is the number, because it's 6 total. The 3 would,
3, you don't need a permit,
Right,
but
Right.
6 you do.
right.
right, you can have up, but you could still have up to 6. So if you have 3 and you get 3 more, then you're at 6. So this
But-
number would be 6.
But you have to have the foster,
That's
you have
right.
to have the special permit to do
That's
that.
right.
Over 3.
That's right.
Is that the intent of your motion?
Yes,
Is
that is
that the intent of your second? Discussion? We have a motion and a second. Seeing no discussion?
Sorry, just one second. You would strike number 2 then. Under there, which is the 1-year renewal.
It would just change to up to 3 years.
Okay,
Yes.
so it'd be replaced.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
So it passes 3-2. Appreciate that. Thank you for everybody's input.
That's a
And
good
we will now go to number 15.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, now I'm all discombobulated. Here we go. Okay, item 15 is Resolution 7817. This would repeal and replace the animal control fee schedule, and it proposes to increase the fees for impoundment boarding, establish a fee for rabies quarantine, and now that the fancier foster permit has passed, it would establish a fee for a fancier foster permit. The city's proposing to increase the impound fees because they have not been increased since 1997, and these are circumstances where we might find an animal at large or otherwise have to seize an animal and impound it. That's when these fees would apply. And then there's a rabies quarantine fee if there is a suspected case of rabies. The proposed fancier foster permit fee is $10 per year with a renewal of $5 per year. In briefings, it was discussed that due to the inspection, staff would have to come out and inspect the premises, and that does take staff time. So we typically charge $50 an hour for staff time. If council wishes to change the fee, they can. I added, again, in briefings, it was discussed that perhaps an incentive for adoption could be waiving the applicable fee, especially if it is set higher, right? And so that's why you have the handout before you here that adds a provision to allow the animal control officer to waive the fee if it's for a dog or cat being adopted from the shelter. But you don't have to adopt, this version. You can adopt the one in the packet that does not have this. But because in briefings this was discussed and brought up, I thought I'd include it as an option for council to allow the animal control officer to waive the fee if the animal's being adopted from our shelter and only our shelter. Yeah, I do too.
Is the inspection on an annual basis, or is it only when they apply for the license?
It is on an annual basis, yeah.
So every single pet fancier that gets a license, we will annually need to go make sure everything is good at their location.
Yes.
So if we give them a 3-year and we charge them 10, will we recoup staff time?
Well, the
animal.
idea was, I think, again, and I didn't set the fee. We asked and I can invite Chief Shea up too to talk about that. But I think the idea was, our animal license fees are fairly low as well. And the idea is to, if someone's applying for a pet fancier foster permit, it's to give an animal a home, may not otherwise have one. So I think the idea was to have them somewhat lower. But yes, it would not cover
I'm just
staff time.
curious because clearly we've put language in the last one that means that it will renew on a 3-year basis. So it will not be every single year, right, that we collect the 10 per animal.
Well, actually, going back to the language, it says the animal control officer shall issue the permit only after inspecting the property. So I think that is initial issuance and not renewal.
Correct.
So I think inspection would actually only be for the initial permit. So my
then
mistake on that.
It'll be every 3 years that we go in and see if it's okay.
So
It would just be the initial.
Timeout.
Okay.
Timeout.
Yeah,
We're just talking about the fees.
that's
We're
right.
not talking about how often or how many, we're just talking about the fees.
That's right.
That's all this is the fees. Do we want the fees? So none of this says how often, it's just the fees, right?
Yes, but I think some of the discussion was should it recoup staff costs? So what the fee should be.
This is just the fees.
That's
though.
correct.
It's not about how often. So do we want these fees to be as proposed by staff?
What affects the fee, though, is how much staff time it takes to be able
Then
to
we can-
monitor this.
We can change the fee
Yeah, I think we need to change
If
some
you
of
had
the
6
fees.
dogs, that's $60.
Well, no, it's just for the one permit.
It's only $10 no matter how many dogs you have?
It says
Yeah,
per
it's
year
correct.
per pet.
It says
Oh.
per year per pet, so that would be, if I had 6 dogs, I'm going to pay $40 right now, or...
Let me go back to the
initial
resolution.
fee
Hold on one
should
second.
have no
Let me just
cost.
clarify this.
Only for 3 that's
Yeah.
I'm only, oh, well,
Yeah,
Where's the exhibit?
I think we should change that to $20. Because if you're able to take on more pets and afford the food, you can afford an extra couple bucks for the license or for the
for
permit.
Ann to come out.
You know,
Yeah.
if it's just for an inspection, why does it matter if it's 1 or 4 dogs? Why do we charge per dog?
It
Just
is
charge
per-
for the inspection, period. Right? How many dogs doesn't really matter.
True.
Just set a fee for them coming out and call it good.
Member Booth, before we go any further, you had a disclosure?
Oh, I did read my disclosure.
That was for the last one.
Yeah,
You have to do it per item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's
I'm
okay.
sorry. I thought once I did it, I was done. Sorry about that.
You want to borrow
No, go ahead.
Councilman
and I'll-
Walton's?
No. That's, he didn't have one for dogs, just me.
Can we just make it?
I would like to disclose pursuant to NRS 281A that I have 4 dogs and intend to apply for the fancier foster permit if this measure passes today, which it did. I have been advised by the city attorney that Nevada ethics law favors the right of a public officer to perform the duties for which the public officer was elected, and because this item would not impact me more or less than the other individuals who own or wish to own more than the maximum number of animals, Nevada law favors and allows my participation and action on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. So, do I have a motion about the fees?
No.
Is there someone who wants to propose to just do? what
I'll make a
the
motion.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 7817.
is there a second? Seeing no second, the motion dies. Which leads us to, we're not changing any fees, it's just what it is now.
I'll make a motion. I move that we adjust the fee as listed on the draft to the staff hourly rate per inspection. And so however frequently they go out for the inspection, whatever it is. And I don't know where this language that we received in paper applies into this, but I'd like to include that the fee may be waived if the inspection is for adopted animals from the shelter.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Point of clarification, again, the inspection is only upon issuance, not renewal. So what would the renewal fee be without an inspection?
So they're not going out to inspect again?
On the
It's just
renewal.
It's just to pay the,
Yes,
Oh.
I got it confused with the breeder's draft, and the breeder's does require
is there a typical
renewal
renewal
inspection,
fee
so-
for something like that?
could do, $5 or $10. But would it be, again, another clarification, and I do think the foster permit maybe shouldn't be per pet, because you're getting your animals licensed already, right? So it should really just be,
That was my
That's his
motion.
motion.
Per inspection,
okay, so not per
regardless of number
pet.
of animals, not per
Okay,
pet.
and then what would the renewal be? Just a flat fee as well, not per pet?
Right, just a
Okay.
flat fee.
Okay, yeah.
And whatever, if anybody has any input on what a renewal fee would be, I don't know.
So we have a
It as
rational
is.
motion to do what Councilman Walton said. Do I have a second?
I seconded.
And so we have a second. Is there discussion?
Could I just have it clarified for me so I know what I
Sure.
seconded? I'm sorry.
So the motion was to have the initial fee set as a one-time fee as the staff hourly rate per inspection.
Staff, okay.
Right. And including the waiver of the fee if the animal's adopted.
So then also a point of clarification, with that license, they'll only be inspected one time ever.
Yes, as long as they continue to renew the permit timely, right? If they don't renew it timely, then it would be a new issuance.
But no inspection.
Under the language, that's correct.
Are you talking about a 3-year permit?
Yes, the 3-year permit and then renewals of that permit,
Okay.
yes.
So the only time they'd be inspected is the beginning of the permit process.
Yes, it says that they shall issue the pet fancier foster permit only after inspecting so this is when it's issued.
But not renewed.
The language did not specify renew.
So repeat the motion the way you think you understand it.
Well, there's still a point of clarification on what the renewal fee should be. That's not,
You know what, the renewal fee's there, so there wasn't any request to change it.
Oh, I
So it
apologize.
stands as it is.
oh, okay.
I have a point of clarification. Regarding the fees that may be waived for animals adopted from the shelter, just a shelter in general?
Well, this language says the animal shelter.
Yeah.
So
All right.
I was going
So
along with that
specific, they have to go to the
language.
Boulder City Animal Shelter, they couldn't rescue
That's
from a
correct.
different shelter.
Officer from Boulder City.
Yeah, it's from the Boulder City Animal Shelter.
I mean, realistically, one of the things we're trying to do is help our animal shelter. At the same time, we're helping our citizens. Want to repeat the motion as you understand it?
Yes, Mayor. The motion would be to approve Resolution 7817 with the staff hourly rate per inspection as the initial fee, a renewal fee of $5 per year, and the inclusion of a clause that would allow the animal control officer to waive the fancier foster permit fee for a dog or cat adopted from the Boulder City Animal Shelter.
Is that consistent with your intent?
I'm good with that.
Any discussion?
I'll second that.
Discussion closed.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Unanimous, thank you. Thank you. We are moving right along. So we are now on 16.
So, the Boulder City Historic Preservation Ordinance provides regulations in the existing code that say that when you're evaluating proposed changes to properties within the historic district, you have to look to the Secretary of Interior standards and the design guidelines adopted by the City Council. Currently, the city has design guidelines that were approved by the City Council in 2009 through 2011. And those design guidelines, staff has struggled with over the years because some of it's been vague, hasn't clarified. And so as a result, when the city adopted the Historic Preservation Plan a couple years ago, one of the action items was to update the design guidelines. So for the last 2 years, the Historic Preservation Commission has been working with our consultant, Northwind, and specifically Courtney Mooney, to create new design guidelines. And these design guidelines help to clarify the appropriateness of changes to historic properties. Before, it would just kind of group areas together. It didn't take into consideration the historical significance of the structures. It also required adherence for all the properties, regardless of whether they were contributing or non-contributing. With the ordinance that was adopted by the city, we treat non-contributing properties differently. We acknowledge that those properties no longer are contributing to the historic district, but we were running into conflicts with the design guidelines. Now this clarifies that the design guidelines treat the non-contributing properties differently. So the Historic Preservation Commission has recommended to the City Council these new design guidelines. In your packet are the existing design guidelines and the proposed changes. And we're going to have Courtney Mooney on the phone for a very brief overview. Brief. And she can answer any specific questions of the council with respect to the design guidelines. And while we're waiting for Courtney on the phone, is there any questions for me? Yes.
Questions?
Could you just explain what's required and what's not required? So some of the things in here we have to comply with if you own a historic home. What are those things that you have to comply with?
Sure. So the design guidelines, just to clarify, are not weighing into what is required and what's not required. What it's describing is the historical character of the unique properties. But in summary, our ordinance today says if you're doing anything in the interior of a building within the historic district, that doesn't require compliance because you can't see that from the street. It's only improvements that you can see from the street. So if it's a homeowner is building an addition on the back of their property and that can't be seen from the street, it doesn't have to go through this regulation process. That's the distinction. And then it treats non-contributing properties differently than contributing. Basically acknowledges that the contributing properties have a significance, a historical significance of the district where the non-contributing don't. They're more flexible. And so these design guidelines also acknowledge that.
My last question is, so if you want to build an outbuilding in the back of your property in a historic area, does it have to match what the house looks like?
If it can't be seen, no,
Okay.
from the street.
But what if it can be seen from the alley?
Alleys are excluded. So when we adopted the new historic preservation ordinance, we made it very clear that if it can be seen by the alley, that does not constitute requiring review.
So basically, it's from the front of the property to the front door, basically.
Right.
The front of the house.
The only distinction is if you have a corner property, then they're on two streets. But yes, alleys are exempted.
Thank you.
So just a question, so if you have a non-contributing property, say, and they wanted to make changes to their home, say it's a single-story non-contributing, and they wanted to make it a two-story. Is this a guideline that prohibits those kind of changes, or is this because they're non-contributing already, that's okay?
Two-story, it's going to look at the character of the general neighborhood with non-contributing. Is adding that story going to change the overall character? Is it going to have a negative impact? That'd be something that staff would assess. With non-contributing properties, they are reviewed by staff versus contributing properties where all of those changes go to the commission. So to answer your question, there may be cases where adding a second story on a non-contributing property may require review by the ordinance. Again, the design guidelines talk about the character in the context of the neighborhood and how that might change that neighborhood for non-contributing.
Okay, so even though you're non-contributing, your home's not contributing anymore, there may be some stipulations for you in which what you can do.
And based on the existing design guidelines as well, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Courtney, if you could just give a brief overview.
Courtney, are you there?
Yes, I am, yes. Thank you. Is the first slide up?
Yes.
Okay. Courtney Mooney for the record. Good evening, Mayor Hardy, council and staff. Tonight I'm going to provide a very brief overview of the new design guidelines, how they differ from the current guidelines, and an introduction to the interactive web map that will help property owners plan for work on their historic properties. Next slide, please, Holly. The new design guidelines differ from the existing guidelines in that they apply to all the properties within the district, no matter the use, even properties constructed after 1945 and vacant properties. And that would be for new infill would have to meet certain design guidelines. They are also essentially split into two different approaches. A more prescriptive approach for properties that were determined contributing to the district during the 2020 survey update, and a more flexible approach for properties determined to be non-contributing. The guidelines for contributing properties contain descriptions of the architectural style, a list of contributing properties within that style, a list of specific character-defining features for that style, and explanatory graphics for each building type that falls within the style category. The guidelines for non-contributing properties are modeled after the Secretary of the Interior standards for new construction infill and alterations and have been tailored for Boulder City. They have a more contextual approach, which is intended to increase flexibility for property owners while encouraging the preservation of remaining historic materials of the property and of the district as a whole. So often the larger design aspects of the project, such as placement, orientation, the scale of the project or an addition, that can carry more importance than the more specific design aspects. And graphics are provided in each of the design guidelines to help the property owner recognize patterns within the orbit of the property, such as building heights, setbacks, and design elements of similar styles and adjacent contributing properties such as building materials. And in general, proposed work should not adversely affect the character-defining features of adjacent contributing properties or the district. It's felt that this split approach will provide stronger protections for the most intact historic resources while encouraging the preservation of remaining historic resources. And this, combined with the Historic Preservation Grant that encourages non-contributing property owners to bring their properties back to contributing, will help the district retain the benefits of National Register designation. Next slide, please. As part of this project, Northwind created an interactive web application to provide detailed searchable data regarding the National Register listed district. The data reflects the 2020 survey findings and includes filters for dates of construction, National Register eligibility status, and original builder information. Additionally, the design guidelines that are specific to each property, as well as the individual 2020 survey forms, will be accessible when clicking on individual parcels and within a table accessed via a tab at the bottom of the screen. Filters can be turned off or on to aggregate specific information, such as if you want to look up individually eligible buildings that were constructed in the Spanish Revival style prior to 1945, you can do that fairly easily with toggling these filters on and off. And this web map is meant to provide additional assistance to property owners when planning projects for their properties by providing survey information and required design guidelines, and also to allow property owners to search for other similar eligible properties for comparison purposes. And once this map is finalized, it will be available on the city's website. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
We're okay. Thank you.
So any further questions for staff?
Seeing none, I'm ready for a motion.
I move to approve 7818.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Unanimous aye. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move to number 17.
Good evening, Mayor. Item 17 is Resolution 7819, would approve an amendment to the agreement between Boulder City and the Municipal Court that delineates the division of responsibilities with regard to personnel and human resources matters for 6 months. This agreement came as a result of a Nevada Supreme Court decision in 2013 that held that essentially the city administrative executive branch did not have authority over court personnel, as they are co-equal branches of government with authority to manage their own affairs. As a result, jurisdictions across the state of Nevada entered into similar agreements that delineated the responsibilities with regard to personnel and HR. The city's in the process of updating the agreement along with other jurisdictions in Nevada that are taking a look at the agreement and ensuring that it has all the right provisions. And so we're just asking to extend it 6 months while we work on a more fully amended and restated agreement.
Questions? Seeing none, I'll accept the motion.
I'll move to approve resolution 1719.
I second.
7819. Did I say that right? Yeah, sorry.
Any discussion? All those in favor say
Aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. It's been unanimous. Thank you. We're going to 19 because we already did 18 on our agenda.
Good evening, Angela Mananen, Budget Manager. So 19 is the fiscal year 24 class and compensation listing. This listing is approved by council annually. It was last approved by council on April 23rd to reclassify a couple positions. Since then, the electrical union contract ratified, so the updated class and compensation shows the change in pay for these employees. And also, there's a couple inadvertent title changes that happened in the water and wastewater positions. For example, in range 7, employee was listed as a water and wastewater management worker, or maintenance worker, my apologies, and it should have been a water and wastewater maintenance worker. So, just like to amend these minor changes.
I'll accept a motion.
I move to pass resolution. I move to pass resolution 7820, repealing and replacing resolution number 7789.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Thank you. Thank you. Number 20, while you're there.
Okay. So this is the fiscal year 25 cost and compensation with minor changes. For example, the range 9 employee was listed as a water and wastewater operator and will be changed to a senior water and sewer maintenance worker, which was the original title.
Any questions? I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve 7821.
I'll second that.
And any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then that brings us to item 21 for city council appointments, and I get to do number A, draw blindfoldedly, and I pass that over to my mayor pro tem. And-
Mayor?
Yes.
I would just like to.
Just so fast.
I know, it's okay. I just want to make clear that we have a vacancy on the allotment committee from Teresa Beaver because she was actually appointed to a different committee. So she had to resign from this, leaving the one vacancy.
So I still get to pull.
Yes, you do.
I think that's one.
And it is Deborah
Couture.
All right. And I read it, so she's telling the truth. Deborah Couture has thus been appointed to the allotment committee, which brings us to the Pool Pack Board alternate voting representative. And turns out they require an alternate because if the person who's the one doesn't go get there, they need an alternate. And who is our suggested, what are our suggested people who want to?
I suggest Paul Sikora.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Yeah, Pool Pack actually recommended Paul Sikora. He's our grants and risk manager of the finance department, serves as the risk manager for the city and responsible for all of our insurance claims. And he serves as a member on the Pool Pack Loss Control Committee. And because of his role, they've recommended and invited him to serve on the board, but they need the council's approval for that.
I'll accept that motion.
I'll make a motion to accept Paul how do you say that last name?
Sikora.
Sikora.
Second.
Moved and seconded, discussion, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous, thank you. And that brings us to our city manager's report.
Nothing unusual to report.
And that brings us to our city manager's claims paid report.
Nothing unusual to report.
And that brings us to public comment. Anyone on the phone or written?
No written.
Okay, we're waiting for 702-589-9629. We'll take a 30-minute reset. Oh, no, we're not going to do that, are we? Okay, we'll wait patiently for 30 seconds.
Okay.
Another 30 seconds. And if there's no one on the phone, there's no written comments, and no one here wants to get up and say anything particularly, so we will close public comment and go to City Council's report. Oh,
We have a public comment.
still in public comment.
Public comment?
Yes, again, for the record, Fred Volz. While a small part of the city's animal ordinances appeared on the agenda tonight, other large issues loom unresolved. Unfortunately, an attorney knows little about the enforcement and management of community animals and needs guidance from an expert, not Westlaw alone. Such counsel has not been visibly sought directly from our animal services supervisor. Why not? The documented off-leash dog problems of attacks and injuries in public spaces has had zero attention and regularly continues throughout the city. When instincts and visual or scent stimulation take over, training goes out the window. All other municipalities in Clark County have a clear and enforceable leash law, but not Boulder City. Once the second dog park was constructed and opened last year, there was to be action on this subject. So far, nothing. Animal breeding and its negative outcomes given the overpopulation problem has been regularly ignored and needs an official, unequivocal ban. Breeders can produce temperamentally unstable puppies intentionally when the goal is to produce vicious dogs, or unintentionally with no regard for temperament. When breeders don't properly socialize, handle, and care for the puppies, they easily develop behavioral problems and issues. When breeders sell and separate a litter at too young of an age, the puppies often fail to learn important social skills and can develop aggression and other undesirable or dangerous behaviors. When breeders sell to anyone with money and no proper screening of potential owners, puppies can easily end up in the hands of abusive, neglectful owners, dog fighters, someone looking for a vicious dog, or someone only looking for a status symbol. Licensing breeders does not require that the applicant prove any knowledge about responsible animal husbandry techniques. With the many prospective problems, Boulder City should continue to prohibit any type of animal breeding. Universal microchipping of all Boulder City pets would help with identifying and reuniting wandering animals with their owners or holding to account their abandoners and abusers. A low or no-cost periodic spay-neuter clinic for BC residents would help reduce the unwanted animal population. Trap-neuter release also assists in reducing the unwanted animal population. Animal dumping and animals running at large need higher financial deterrence and no reductions in criminal penalties. Some meaningful progress was made tonight, although the muddle of fostering and fancier needs to be clearly defined given the breeding focus of fancier status. The above unresolved issues lead to a clear question of exactly how much longer does the community have to wait until we see substantive action on these other subjects that protect our animals and our larger community. And again, I would ask that my comments be added verbatim to the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? No. Okay, close public comment and go to City Council's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're coming up to the 4th of July celebration soon. The Jamboree Committee is busy at work helping establish the parameters and all the events that will be happening. So we encourage everybody to be mindful of that. And we'll have the parade on the July 4th morning at 9 a.m. with all the festivities to follow, and the fireworks in the evening as we do. And we appreciate all the donations that come in for that, and all of the hours and hours of work from the volunteers that help out with that, and all the other events that go on. As far as the committees I represent, I don't have anything to add to that, so I'll pass the torch down the line.
Nothing to report from my committees. Let's just have a safe 4th of July and enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you.
I look forward to the 4th of July parade and celebrating the fireworks at the end of the day.
Well, I too looking forward to the 4th of July, but I got to go to the policemen and the firemen awards banquet, and we have so many amazing young people in our community. And our police and fire department, I tell you, they're just a great group of people and their families, and it really was a very enjoyable evening, and I wish I could recognize each and every one of them. I also have gotten a lot of letters and comments and emails about breeding permit, and that a lot of people don't believe we should have a breeding permit. But we do have an NRS 266.325 that says we shall have a breeding permit. Now, we can make that permit very restrictive. And the NRS 574-356, there's acts that are prohibited if you are a breeder. To sell a dog or cat, unless the dog or cat has had a registered microchip subcutaneously inserted into the dog or cat, and all the required vaccinations or rabies, which are appropriate based upon the age of the dog or cat, or without providing a written sales contract of purchasing, or that you cannot breed a female dog before the age of 18 months old, and you cannot breed more than once a year. So we do have to have a breeding permit per our NRS law, and there are some requirements, and we can make it very restrictive, and I hope we do that. But I just wanted to share that because I've had so many people comment to me that we don't have to have a breeding permit, but we do. Thank you.
Thank you. I am just thrilled with this city council. I love how we can talk. I love how we can debate. I appreciate the things that we do. I think realistically, as we look at some things, bless our hearts, sometimes we disagree, and that's okay. And I'm grateful for the representation we have of the community, because that's who we are. We are representing the community, and the community individually, one-on-one, or groups, they talk to us and they tell us what they think. And then we bring those things to this meeting, and we are able to discuss different aspects of things that are near and dear to people's hearts. And I appreciate the council, and what we are able to do as a council. And I appreciate the people who call in and have good suggestions and are patient with us. I'm grateful to be in Boulder City. I think we have a wonderful place. And with that, City Council's adjourned.